When staff is in place and okay, I'll wait for your. Go ahead, please.
Mayor, we're ready when you are.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I appreciate you guys. Everybody got down there very quick. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the San Bruno City Council special meeting of June the 28th, 2022 at 5 p.m. Calling the meeting to order. May we please have roll call?
Councilmember Hamilton.
Here.
Councilmember Marty Medina.
Here.
Councilmember Salazar.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mason.
Here.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Here. Thank you very much. Item number 3, public comments for items not on the agenda. Individuals be allowed up to 3 minutes. It is council policy to refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and or action where appropriate. The Brown Act prohibits the council from discussing or acting upon any matter not agendized pursuant to state law. And there are 2 items on the agenda, which are budgetary, one for the operating and CIP, also one for the San Bruno Community Foundation. So if it's other than those 2 items, this would be the time to raise your hand under public comment, please. Items not on the agenda.
No hands are raised.
Thank you very kindly. Next, we will move to item 4, conduct of business.
Item 4A, adopt resolution approving the San Bruno Community Foundation fiscal year 2022 to 23 budget.
Thank you very much. At this time, we have had a study session on this topic, and we do have the Executive Director for the San Bruno Community Foundation, and also we have staff, and I turn it over to them to begin. Please.
Thank you, Mayor Medina, members of the City Council, Javon Grogan, City Manager. Just here to introduce Leslie Hadamia, the Executive Director of the San Bruno Community Foundation. She is here tonight for a few brief remarks and to support the City Council in any discussions or dialogue with regard to approving the Foundation's FY 22-23 budget. Myself, as well as interim City Attorney Tricia Ortiz is here to support. Thank you.
Director.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I am Leslie Hadamia, the Executive Director of the San Bruno Community Foundation, and I appreciate this opportunity to present to the Council the Foundation's fiscal year 2022-23 budget for approval. Let me just share our brief slide deck here. As you know, I first presented the budget to the Council at a study session on May 31st. The following evening, June 1st, I gave a similar presentation to the Foundation's Board of Directors. At that meeting, the Board formally approved the FY 2022-23 budget as shared with you a month ago, as well as transfers from the quasi-endowment, strategic pool, and liquidity rack investment accounts to cover the Foundation's cash flow needs during the upcoming fiscal year. Today, the budget comes back before the Council for formal consideration. As you know, the budget includes total expenses of $6.42 million and funds available for operations totaling $34.16 million, most of which will be used to disperse grant payments for the Recreation and Aquatic Center project. As there are no changes from the budget that I presented to you in May, I am happy to answer any questions you may have, and I thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'll ask colleagues if there are any questions on the presentation, and then, of course, we will see if there's public comment and then bring it back to Council for any action or further discussion. Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, thank you. Just want to ask a couple questions. Who exactly is on the investment committee, and what is their role?
So the investment committee is made up of 2 members of the Foundation board. Our treasurer, Pac Lin, serves ex officio as the chair, and the other board member currently serving on the committee is Supriya Perry, one of our new board members. And then we have 3 community members who serve on the investment committee. And those currently are Anthony Clifford, Mark Hayes, and Frank Headley.
Okay, and how were they selected? How was the investment committee selected?
So they were selected by the foundation board. They serve 2-year terms and can be appointed for more than 1 term.
Okay. So in the staff report, it says that the investment committee recommends that the board give the executive director the discretion to manage all transfers from investment accounts, including the discretion to divide each category of transfers into smaller increments, set the timing of the incremental transfers based on the foundation's cash flow needs, and transfer less than the approved transfer amounts as circumstances may warrant. It says recommends, so has that decision already been made?
So that is what the investment committee does not have any actual power. It makes recommendations to the board. So that is what is recommended. And the resolution that you saw that the board approved does give the executive director that discretion to manage the transfers. I do that, though, in consultation with our investment advisors, as well as our treasurer, and as needed, the investment committee.
Okay, and is there any limitation on that amount, any threshold numbers?
Yes, so what's approved in the budget are the ceilings.
Okay, where are those? Let me scroll back up.
So it's on the screen right now. At the bottom of the slide, it's the transfers from investments. And those were determined based on our cash needs to for the upcoming fiscal year. The quasi-endowment is to cover our disbursements for community grants and the Crestmore Scholarship. And Liquidity Iraq, we had already set aside some of the funds and moved it to our liquidity account for the Recreation and Aquatic Center. And then the strategic pool includes all of our RAC grant payments as well as our other operating expenses and other strategic grant disbursements.
So the transfers from investments totaling $34 million.
Right? Correct. The bulk of which is to cover the RAC grant payments of about $30 million. We still have to pay the city.
Okay, but then based on what I'm reading and what you just said, you currently have the sole discretion of how those funds are transferred. The $34 million.
It's just about the timing. So we manage it based on when the needs come in from the city. As you know, we are paying out the RAC grant payments on a quarterly basis based on reports from the city of for the construction grant on what they project they will need in the next quarter. For the other RAC grants, it's based on actual expenditures from the previous quarter. So it's more just about managing the flow of those transfers.
Okay. And then this question is for the city attorney. Can you just share a little bit about the city council's role in approving the community foundation's budget tonight? Is it required? And if it's not required, what does that mean?
City attorney?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the city council, and I don't have the language directly in front of me right now, but the bylaws of the foundation require city council approval for the budget. However, there's no affirmative obligation to approve the budget, to have a budget for the foundation to operate. So in the event that the city council does not approve a budget, that wouldn't mean that the city council couldn't that the foundation couldn't operate. It just means they'd have to come up with another way to manage their finances. And the parties could continue then as of July 1 to work together to develop a budget that the city council would approve.
Okay. And it sounds like the board then has the sole discretion of allowing the executive director the ability to essentially be very flexible with the funds. I mean, at this point, I was surprised about this $34 million. I guess what I'm getting at is I'm a little concerned because since I got elected, and I have to apologize for members of the public because I'm out of the country right now and my Wi-Fi is not very stable. That's why my camera's off. But I just feel like there was an intention in the two areas that the council had with the community foundation. One was in interviewing all the applicants, which the council was not allowed to do this year, and understanding that was changed for the future, which won't be for a couple of years after many millions of dollars have been spent. That did not happen. And the second was approving the budget, which we're being told last night doesn't have an impact on the community foundation's day-to-day operations. So what then is the council's role with the foundation?
I guess I see the city attorney Ortiz stepping to the podium.
So, Mayor Medina and City Council members, the bylaws provide that the City Council has a role with approving a budget, and there are, even though not approving a budget wouldn't prevent the foundation from operating, again, it seems that the parties would still want to work together to have an adopted budget, a City Council approved budget. The other power of the City Council with respect to the foundation is to appoint members to the board. And I don't have the rest of that article in front of me, but those are the two key ones, the two key roles of the City Council with respect to the foundation.
Okay, and so if if those are both removed, then I would go back to asking where the teeth are for the council, because I'm just concerned reading this about this investment committee recommendation. That tells me that there could be another committee that could grant greater discretion to the executive director, where once again the oversight on the board and the funds spent is watered down. And this is a significant amount of money that I think most people read the initial bylaws, it appears that there was an intention for the council to select board members and interview board members, and there's an intention for the council to approve the budget. And when both of those opportunities of the council and for the public as representatives of the public or elected to represent the public are removed, I'm not quite sure what our role is at this point.
Okay. Anything else, Vice Mayor Mason, at this time?
Yeah, I didn't see, in the past we've received a presentation on what the impact of the previous funds were to San Bruno residents, since it's, I think it's at least $600,000. And I was wondering if we were going to be receiving that tonight. I didn't see it in the packet. One of my concerns, I think, as many of you know, is that the funds that are given over the years have also begun to be given to county organizations. And outside of the scholarship funds that we know go to our residents here in San Bruno, it would be great to see once again this year what the impact is to San Bruno residents for those funds. I think my request last time, I don't have it in front of me, but had been a bunch of COVID money had been spent on different organizations, some of which were webinars. How many people attended those, that weren't required to attend them as part of a obligation of receiving funds? And what exactly were the impacts to our San Bruno residents of those funds?
So all of our grants, community grants or strategic grants, are directly targeted to San Bruno community benefits. So even when organizations that have a footprint broader than San Bruno receive grant funding, the funding has to go specifically to providing services and benefits in San Bruno. That is the top requirement for community grants. If you look at our guidelines, that is very clearly stated, and that is the top consideration. So even when you see, say, an organization that operates throughout the county, like a Second Harvest, it's the funds go directly to their operations benefiting San Bruno. I can assure you of that for all of our grantees. In terms of our the COVID-19 grants, we have, at our various board meetings, we have had reports from all of the grantees talking about the impact of the grants. I don't have the COVID-19 grant information right in front of me right at this moment, but there were, all of the organizations that received grant funding, all of the small businesses through the Area Entrepreneur Center of Skyline College, I believe it was about 30 that were funded through us, had to participate in the workshops in order to receive the grant funding. And those were all businesses based in San Bruno.
But there's no data. There's no data tonight for us on the impacts, the number of people impacted.
No, I don't have that for you tonight.
Okay. And then my other question was also a follow-up from the last meeting, which was whether the Community Foundation has updated their priorities to include downtown, which was the number one priority of the, I believe it's the groups, the focus groups. And I want to expand on that a little bit more, understanding that during COVID, the opportunity didn't exist to do what was done a couple of years ago when the first strategic initiatives were set up, which resulted in the RAC. And when members of the public ask me how the RAC was, arrived at, I'm very supportive of how that process came to be. I'm very protective of the foundation and what the foundation has done to get here and to be under construction. But I do have some great concerns about the current initiatives because downtown was number one. And I would say that the focus groups were probably the most closely aligned meetings that occurred that were similar to the first round that resulted in the RAC being the number one choice of the public. These were groups that were community groups. They met for more significant periods of time. They were asked more questions. And I can say that based on the webinar that I attended personally, and also based on the numbers of those who attended, I think it was 2 webinars versus, just a survey that went out. So I do think that the focus group individuals who volunteered their time that made up many parts of our community, I think their voice matters. And I've brought this up before. And I'd like to hear tonight that the board has reviewed its priorities and has added downtown as one of the priorities. And I'm just curious to know if that's been done since our last meeting.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just one of, and I need clarification potentially from staff. This is the budget that is before us tonight, not the priorities or strategic initiatives or the verbiage within those. Those are set forth by the board. So I just want to make sure we're staying on point, which is the budget that's before us this evening. If I'm incorrect, I wish to be reminded of that. I know that kind of left it up in the air, but that wasn't really a straightforward question that I asked, and I apologize. But
Sure.
Thank you, City Manager.
Sure. Let me try to restate, and I'm going to talk to the City Attorney. But Mayor, what I hear you asking is, Vice Mayor Mason is asking questions about the priorities which are related to how the foundation expends the funds and in part the funds that are budgeted for the next fiscal year. So I understand the Mayor's question to be is it appropriate for the Vice Mayor to ask questions about the funding priorities of the foundation in a conversation that is centered on budget adoption?
You say always much better than I. Thank you, and not just the Vice Mayor, any of us. Attorney Ortiz.
Mayor Medina, in response to your question, so the budget discussion can just include many things relative to how the foundation is run and priorities. So you can discuss, it is appropriate to discuss where the priorities are what the city council couldn't do is, direct the foundation how, they're going to spend their funds. That's up to their own governing board, but it can be part of the discussion about, what the city council is looking for and just kind of the discussion about the budget in a general way.
Thank you to both, attorney and manager. Appreciate it both. And I think the question is downtown San Mateo Avenue. And if I'm not mistaken, and please correct me, but it has been made clear that it's future, like Centennial Plaza or Park, whatever the word you want to use, the board may consider when plans are placed before it, potentially investing in that for the good of the community. I believe that's correct. But I think what Vice Mayor was asking is just, has the board even discussed that? But maybe I just answered it. But Director?
Yes, just to directly answer the Vice Mayor's question, no, the board has not discussed that since our last meeting with you. We met with you on May 31st. Our monthly board meeting was the day after June 1st, so that agenda was already posted and set when we spoke with you on May 31st. So there has not really been an opportunity to bring that up with the board, but your request is noted.
Okay. And it is just, as a reminder, it's a request of the council. We made a request as a council to request the foundation to revisit the priorities to add downtown. So it is not my single request. It did receive support from the majority of the council. And I'm really disappointed, to be honest, to not see it as a priority. I'm still shocked. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Medina.
Yes. Thank you, and I want to thank the board for all the work, and Leslie for all your work and getting us to where we're at today with this budget. I do acknowledge a couple of the things that we found out in recently regarding the council's role in approving budgets and what could happen if the council didn't approve it. But I don't think we're really there tonight. I think we're moving forward, and I noted a couple of the things that the interviewing candidates for the foundation, that has been resolved. We corrected that all council members will have the opportunity to interview candidates in the future. Unfortunately, it didn't happen this last year for many reasons, and I'm not going to go there anymore. So in approving the budget, it is listed in the bylaws that that's the council's role. And if there was a problem, I'm not sure how the intent that we would work together to solve it. And I believe, for me, this budget reflects the foundation responding to the council's interest for our downtown and for additional grant funding for the Recreation and Aquatic Center. It's noted in page 1, there's $5 million that's earmarked for the RAC, and there's a $500,000 grant earmarked for Centennial Plaza. And I can tell you that Councilman Hamilton and I, as we serve on the Downtown Improvement Committee, we did meet with the landscape architect and staff, and it is a project that's moving forward. And the attention to our downtown is noted by this council's actions, and I welcome the foundation's earmarking for budget up to $500,000 perhaps. And so it's interesting that tonight, we're talking about two sets of budgets. We're talking about the budget from the foundation and budget for the city. And San Bruno has many needs, and the important thing to pay attention to for the public and council member is where does your budget go? And seeing the changes that are reflected in this budget from the foundation with 5 million and the 500,000, I think we're actually moving better now than ever to improve our city with the RAC and with Centennial Plaza. So I would be interested at another time to hear more about the metrics and how our residents are being affected. I can tell you that Second Harvest of Silicon Valley, they're there every month. They're here every week in San Bruno. And any funding that helps them out is helping our residents in one way or the other. So I believe that I can support this budget. I am interested in at another time figuring out what could happen if there was a larger issue with the council not supporting the budget, but I don't see that happening tonight. I'm open to supporting it because I believe we're moving in the right direction. As for the amount of money that is going to be in the discretion of the director's hands, I think that's more of just the operations side, that the budget is approved by the board and the majority of that money is for the RAC. And so it may sound a little interesting, but I think it's all above board. I think it's how they're operating, how they can efficiently operate and pay the bills that come from the city when they come, instead of waiting for that next month to schedule. So, but I still want to acknowledge that the biggest part would be our role really as a council. If there was a problem with the budget, but I don't think we're gonna have that problem tonight. Thank you.
Other questions so we can hear from the public, or people start weighing in on their way they wish to vote? Not seeing any at this time, but we are going to bring it back to the council for further comments. Let's open it up to the members of the public. You have wish to have any comments or participation in regards to the San Bruno Community Foundation? This would be the opportunity to do so.
No hands are raised.
Thank you kindly. With that, I want to bring it back to the council. I know some of us have not spoken, may wish to. First, we'll go to Councilmember Hamilton.
So yeah, I didn't have any questions, but I had a few comments. That's why I waited till now. So I came into this with two main concerns, and was happy to see that both of them were addressed in the packet. The first was what we've already been talking about regarding the commitment to helping downtown. My understanding of the way all of this works is that you would never see a budget line item for we're going to give X amount of money to downtown because they would need a project first and a specific ask from us. But it is specifically listed in the memo accompanying the budget that there is money set aside for that purpose. And as Councilmember Medina stated, that the project for Centennial Plaza is moving ahead, and it's extremely likely that such a request will be forthcoming. So it sounds like we're all aligned there. So that's great. The other item that was of concern, but has been addressed in the materials here. I keep looking over. That's where I have the packet over there. Is having to do with fundraising. So we've spoken about that. We know that I know from through the interview process, we learned that nearly all the applicants, including the ones that were appointed to the board, were interested in looking at fundraising as a long-term strategy for the board. And there's money set aside in this budget to start that process, which is great. So my two biggest concerns that I had coming in here have been addressed. So I am prepared to support this budget.
Thank you, Council Member. Any other comments from colleagues on the Vice Mayor Mason?
Yeah, I'm just curious, just kind of bouncing off of Councilmember Hamilton's comments. What's the difference between an initiative then when you look at your priorities as a foundation versus making a request? So specifically, within this year's budget, can the city make a request for the phase one $5 million streetscape plan, for example? Is that a request? Is that a budget? Is that something that would need to be a priority? How would that work?
It would come under our strategic grant making, a grant of that size. And so that's something, if the city did present that to us, we would consider. And our normal process is that we then develop a ad hoc committee that then really investigates it for our board and brings the formal proposal to the board for approval.
And then how is that in the priorities? Does it take away from the priorities that are on there, given that there's only a limited amount of funds?
The priorities just identify, priorities, some of the top areas that we're looking at, but it doesn't exclude other proposals that may come before us, because there may be things that come up. For example, the COVID-19 grants were unexpected, but became a priority at that time. So not being on the priority list does not preclude us from considering other opportunities that may present themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you. And Leslie, I just wanted to thank you for the study session that you presented before, and for accommodating some of the requests that came from the council. Definitely appreciate everything that you've been doing as we approach 10 years of the foundation's service to the community. It's evident that we made some good decisions in setting up the foundation the way we did. We appointed some just incredible directors to that board, and it's, the foundation has been thriving. In hearing some of the questions come up tonight, I am a little concerned, and I have to state again that it was never the intent in setting up this foundation that it would be a committee of the city council. It was fully intended to be a community foundation, like modeled after so many other community foundations that are not beholden to another power. And it was really my concern that politicians would someday interfere with the operations and second guess the work that very qualified people are doing. And I just want to say that I fully support the policies that are in place. I fully support the decisions that are being made, and the trust that they're placing in their director to make the operation run fully. And another concern is that the foundation's funds were never intended to supplement the city's operations. And we're getting to the point now where we're dangerously close to doing exactly that. And the more that the city starts relying on the foundation, rather than figuring out how to pay its own bills, puts us in a situation then where we're depending on one-time funds to make things happen, and also consuming money that was really intended to go directly back to the community and not supplement operations or pay for salaries or anything like that in the city. So, again, thank you, Leslie, for being here again, for presenting, and please convey my thanks to the rest of the board, and please keep up the good work.
I will. Thank you.
We'll have some final remarks, and we'll bring it back for council action. Just wanted to clarify, I know it was talked about the discretionary of $34 million. If I am correct, it's about $30 million is for the Recreation Aquatic Center in itself, and therefore it's about $44 million, but all those are just not at the discretion of the executive director of what feels good today. It is about what has been approved, what has been budgeted, and what has been strategic initiative that has been worked on at all levels. And I'm going to pause and go to the Vice Mayor, because I'm sure it had to do with something I said, so that I can finish my comments and see if there's action. But Vice Mayor, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think the issue that was raised earlier was not as much about the RAC, in case it was missed. It was more about, again, the watering down of the effectiveness of the board. And I think that Councilmember Salazar made a valid point around the council and their, I'll just use the word meddling in foundation business. But I do think as representatives of the city who are elected, we do have a role here. And when I see that there's a committee that is recommending the sole discretion of the executive director to make these decisions, even transferring money. I mean, we requested, including Councilmember Salazar, that all task orders come to us, right? All task orders for changes of the RAC come to the council. And so this is still $34 million. And I once again want to say that this is not about the trust in the executive director. This is really about ensuring that the processes that are in place will continue to be transparent, continue to have board members who were appointed to review and, complete their role as good financial stewards of these funds, are, complying with those intentions. And I think it's concerning that there is almost a blind support in some ways for the foundation, because the people that are on there are trusted, and we should trust the people on there. I think otherwise we shouldn't appoint them. But I think at the end of the day, you still have to have processes in place because they have to be followed regardless of who's on the board. And I get concerned when you see the watering down of these processes of funds. And it is concerning. It's very concerning to me. Again, I want to reiterate that the example of just the foundation and just a process watered down is the recent review of what the priorities are going to be. It was a very different process, understandably, because of COVID, but the number one request that was made by all of our focus groups was not listed as a priority. And I think that's just as concerning as seeing these changes in how some of these funds are spent.
Councilmember Salazar?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I know you were ready.
No, please.
But I feel like I have to address this. And again, I think there's a misunderstanding of what was discussed here today, because again, the director's discretion, the discretion given to the director in this case is solely on the timing, and the budget was approved by the board. There is no watering down of the policy. They are following their policies. The recommendation to allow the timing is no different than the discretion we allow our city manager in when to spend. Once we give him the spending authority, he has the discretion on when, and in some cases even to make timing choices based on the budget and other priorities. So it's really no different, and there is nothing that is not transparent about what we're experiencing with this board.
Are there any other comments? Because I'd like to finish mine, and I'd like to go to council for action. We have a another important item on during this special meeting. So,
yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would just respond that we're going to just have to agree to disagree.
Thank you. What I wanted to say was, as far as this body and what is our role, we get a slate of officers that are approved by the board, and we approve those. The only group in town, community commissions, boards, 501c or not. We oversee and approve their budget. We appoint the board members. And I want to bring forward that last time it was a majority of this council that agreed to a 2x2, 2 from this body, 2 from that body, to sit, interview, and bring forward. And that's what was done. The time before that, there were no council members. It was a subcommittee of the board that brought forward individuals for our consideration. So that was what the majority, whether somebody wants to change their consideration, but that's why it happened, what happened. As far as utilizing the funds, to Councilmember Salazar's point, Community Day was envisioned for a one-time, two-time, three-time maybe. And then eventually the foundation money would become less and less, and the city would come forward, find sponsors, and be able to take care of that commitment that they wanted to give to the community. But we have continually gone back for those funds. Nobody's objected here that I know of to say, sure, let's have that. So I think we do need to be mindful of how they're used, why they're used. I want to say that I believe that folks have done their job. And it shows by the portfolio and the investments and the interest that they gained for what they were handed in their trust. And I trust the board that we had then. I trust the board that we have now. And ultimately, we put them there. So I would hope that we all have good judgment. And I believe we do. I do not feel it's not transparent. And I believe that our role was clear in the beginning. It was not to supplement. It was not to us to interfere and to start to guide it, make it political. How these monies were achieved and the devastation that would cause this community should never be political. Ever. With that, I'm going to go ahead and move to adopt the resolution approving the San Bruno Community Foundation for fiscal year 2022-2023. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Rico Medina Salazar, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Aye.
Councilmember Marty Medina,
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason,
No.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye. Budget approved 4-1. We have the next conduct of business, item B.
Item 4B, hold public hearing and adopt resolutions approving fiscal year 2022 to 23 operating and fiscal year 2023 to 27 capital improvement program budget. Approving city appropriations limit for fiscal year 2022-23.
Thank you very much. And at this time, we will turn this over to our city manager and the team.
Good afternoon, Mayor Medina, members of the City Council, and members of the public watching at home and on various devices elsewhere. Tonight we are here for the approval of the city's fiscal year 22-23 operating and capital budget that will begin in just a few days from now on July 1, 2022 and run through June 30, 2023. Tonight you will have a presentation by myself, Javon Grogan, City Manager, supplemented by our Finance Director, Chin-Yu Sun. But also important to note, you have a full complement of your department head team that joined me in providing this proposed budget to you together. So our presentation objective is to hold public hearing and adopt resolutions approving the operating and the capital improvement program. It's a five-year capital improvement program. Approve city appropriations and our GAN limit. Our agenda for tonight has 9 items. That is the general fund discussion. We will talk about Measure G, a portion of the city's general fund, a half-cent sales tax that was approved in 2020. Enterprise funds and internal service funds, capital improvement program, proposed enhancements, GAN limit, the request of the City Council, alternatives, and discussion. As the City Council knows, but a quick recap, this is our third meeting on the proposed budget. We've begun with a study session on May 31st, where we went through the operating budget, addressed any council questions and comments. We next had a study session on June 14th, where we responded to council questions from the May 31st meeting, as well as went through our proposed CIP capital improvement program. And now we are here for final budget deliberations and adoption for the July 1 fiscal year. So general fund budget. As we've discussed before, the city of San Bruno budget, all fund budget, so all the funds that we will expend or are planning to expend next fiscal year to support services, programs, and infrastructure for the citizens of San Bruno totals $261 million. Our general fund budget is $56 million. Total FTE count in the baseline budget is 262 positions, and there are a total of 93 capital improvement projects that we went through in detail at our last meeting. The next slide provides just a high-level summary. There are a lot of numbers on this slide, but I'm actually going to go to the last column We are projected to begin next fiscal year with a fund balance of $7.6 million, with general fund revenues of $54.88 million, $885 million, total expenditures of $55.519, with a proposed baseline deficit of $634,000. But as you will see, there's very sufficient fund balance to cover that. We talked extensively in our prior conversations about the buildup in our fund balance that just a few years ago was only $1.5 million. So significant improvement from where we were a few years ago. General fund revenues, just at a high level, 67% of our general fund revenues are taxes, followed by departmental revenues and a host of other categories. Just going expeditiously through this so we can get through our slides and have city council discussion. We went through this slide, but for the public that may not have seen it, 57%, so the majority of our general fund budget goes to public safety, that is police and fire, are two departments that operate 24 hours a day. And 7% is public works. However, the public works department also oversees our utilities, water, sewer, and stormwater. And so while those aren't shown here because they're not general fund expenditures, our public works department is our next largest piece of the pie. Next, I will turn it over to our finance director, Ken Yusun, to run through a few slides. I will get back up for our enhancements.
Thank you, Fiscal Manager Devon, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and a member of the council, Ken Yusun, Finance Director. And then I'll just review some of the slides that we discussed in our previous study session. So I'll try to run through them pretty fast, but if you have questions, feel free to stop me and ask questions. So general tax revenue, as the city manager just talked about, 57% are revenues coming from taxes. So if you look at the last number, their taxes are going to increase by 9% from in our budget forecast in comparison with the current fiscal year's amended budget. Now I'm going to explain how the taxes are going to change. Our property taxes are going to increase moderately, but distribution from the residual redevelopment property tax trust fund is estimated to decrease by more than $500,000. So that's why we're seeing the property tax actually going to decrease in total receipts from in the next fiscal year. Sales tax is a conservative budget at 1% higher than 21-22. We will we'll adjust our forecast after CDPFA final its decision on the sales tax distribution to San Bruno. So far, we have heard nothing from CDPFA. TOT will increase by 60% over the amended budget, but still remain behind the pre-COVID level. Vehicle license fee will increase by 43%, but it's really caused by the payback of the shortfall money from fiscal year 19-20. So we're going to see that $2.4 million coming into our coffer in the next coming year. It's included in the budget. So that's why we're seeing the increase in the VOF, but we probably won't see the level of VOF to be sustained at this level in the future years. The regular car room tax will increase by CPI. That doesn't take any consideration any ongoing discussion between the city and Artichoke Joe's. The business license tax will be down by 7% as staff anticipated the continued supply chain disruption and the high inflation impact. Expenditures, we're still seeing rising pension costs. Our normal costs actually going down for 22-23 because of the investment return, but the unfunded liability is still at a very high level. Insurance costs all across the board is going to see increases. We also, as council have discussed, more than I do about the union negotiations. And so the labor cost definitely is going up higher in 22, 23. Our status quo, that's a baseline budget, means we have forecast including no change to staffing. There is only limited ability for enhanced facility and infrastructure maintenance. There's still significant backlog with capital projects that remain, so we are low in staffing with the public works, and then but the projects still need to be carried, but we need more staff to carry out the projects. Certainly, this budget decision is not an easy one for anyone, for the council to make. General expenditure in total, we're going to see about a 6% increase from the current year amended budget. Most of the increase is really coming from salary and benefits. The increase regarding benefits, of course, the biggest portion of the benefit is the pension. You know, most of the only thing I'm going to mention about in this slide is the CED's, the community and economic development budget. You can see their budget actually is down by 10% from the current fiscal year. That's because the CD has a lot of one-time requests in 21-22 for consulting services. You know, as a budgetary principle, we do not carry the one-time request into the 22-23 fiscal year, but it doesn't mean those needs cease to exist. This is the long-range general fund forecast. You know, we have gradually increased the general fund revenue forecast. We conservatively assume for development projects that there are moderate personnel cost increases. Certainly, we have forecast no significant personnel significant service change in this model. We are assuming in the future years we need to make some decision to balance the fund budget. So as you can see, the black line in the chart is the expenditure line is expected to increase a little bit on the higher on the revenue line, which is the blue line. So the fund balance, albeit it's still in the healthy status going in future year, but it's going to gradually decrease. This is the general fund our reserve balance as we look at. So as a current year, the estimated ending balance, which is a pretty close to reality. So as of the 21-22 fiscal year, meaning by June 30, we're expecting to have about $31 million in all these reserve funds, including general fund contingency, general fund reserve, capital reserve, and a one-time initiative, and then in emergency disaster fund. And then most of them are, many of them are going to meet our target, except for the emergency disaster fund, which is about 3%. The $3 million, we're going to be a little bit short on that, but we possibly will make some transfer if the council gives the direction in the next fiscal year. And then usually for the general fund reserve, that's the second line. There is a year-end operation, year-end practice as part of the year-end closure. We'll try to make some transfer from the one-time account. If there's any balance to that account to fill out to make sure it's a 25% of the expenditure for the fiscal year. So for the next fiscal year, we expected the balance to increase significantly to $50 million. We talked about that in the last two study sessions. The increase is mainly contributed by the YouTube community benefit payment. So we're expecting significant money from that development project. The net general fund reserve is going to be about taking out the negative balance that we are going to see in sitting at enterprise fund and the stormwater enterprise fund. We only have a net about $33.4 million, which is a significantly lower, but it's much better. It's in a much better ground than the last budget development session. I think if you remember last development session, this number is about $9 million. if I remember correctly, but I can go back. So next, let's talk about Measure G budget. So Measure G was really 0.5% sales tax district measure. We effective on April 1st, 2020. And we have a Citizens Revenue Measure Oversight Committee to recommend appropriation to the City Council. Initially, at the ballot at the ballot election time, we estimated the city will receive about $4 million revenue annually, but we never really achieved that level. As of last year, we received a healthy $3.8 million, and then for the next fiscal year, on concerns of continuing disruption of supply chain and inflation, we estimate the revenue is still going to be about $3.8 million as of this year. So here is, we had a discussion with the Measure G committee in the middle of May, and here is recommended appropriation and the fund balance level for Measure G and as of 22-23. So at the beginning, meaning the June 30, 2022, we expected fund would have a 3.2 million in fund balance. And there's a typo on revenue budget. It's actually 22-23 for revenue budget. We forecast about just shy of 3.8 million. And for the next fiscal year, there is a quite a bit priority and emphasis being put into the road project. As you can see from this slide, 5.9 million will be invested in pavement management and the street rehabilitation project. So we will see some major street project going on in the next fiscal year. For total, the proposed the use of Measure G funding for fiscal year 22-23 is about 6.1 million. If all spent within the fiscal year, we are going to see an ending balance about just $876,000 for the fund by the end of 2022-23. Now, let's look at the enterprise fund and the internal service fund. The city has 4 enterprise funds: water, wastewater, stormwater, and city net. All these funds are supposed to be self-sustaining with its revenues. Water and wastewater are in healthy condition. There are sufficient revenue coming in fiscal year 22-23 to support its operations. They are both going to see an operation surplus, and then usually we use the surplus to support the capital improvements. And then the fund, both water and the wastewater funds, are going to see a balance at about 25 million each at the end of 22-23 fiscal year. On the other hand, and then stormwater and city net will see their position worse, and the stormwater will definitely fall into the negative around the 1.1 million in the hole by the end of fiscal year. And then city net is going, even though the city net, I would have to commend the city net director. He is coming up with various angles to control the cost. And then as we can, during our last discussion, you can see their budget for budget expenditures are way lower than previous fiscal years. Unfortunately, we're still going to, even though they're going to see a surplus, expected to see a surplus in 22-23, we're still going to be this city net enterprise still being in a negative position because it's coming from multi-years. It will take some time as a dramatic measure to pull this enterprise out of its red status. Internal service fund, the city has about 4 internal service funds: center garage, building facilities, technology, and then self-insurance. The internal services fund it functions in a way that the operating cost is supposed to be allocated to all the departments and the funds to make sure that there is a sufficient amount of funding in its internal services to sustain the operation. So we do have a target for the reserve policy to maintain the fund balance in those internal service funds. 3 of the internal service funds between 15 to 25% of the annual budget expenditure level. So So the funding balance for the 22-23, we adjusted the allocation to all the departments and enterprise to make sure they're all meeting the reserve policy requirements. So at the end of the fiscal year 2023, we're going to see the internal service fund has a total fund balance of 1.7 million, and we are all meeting the target. And CIP budget discussion. CIP, we have about 10 areas for a total of 93 projects. So these are the allocation of all the projects throughout the city area. The CIP budget is made up, it's a 5-year program. We have, we talked about the CIP project has a lot of projects in the line waiting to be carried out, so that we will see a carryover that's typical. And then also, I want to remind the council that the CIP projects, many of them take multi-years to complete. That's why it's very normal to have carryover budget. So we're going to carry over about $77 million from prior appropriation, and then the new request for 22-23, that means new project, but we're needing additional money is about $57 million. So the total budget for 22-23 is actually about just a little bit less than $335 million. For the next 5 years, we expect the city to spend about $283 million on capital improvement. So how do we fund? What kind of funds does the city have to fund the CIP programs? So CIP program does get funding, various funding every year, but on the other hand, the city also have some fund balance to fund certain CIP projects. For instance, we will have the capital reserve fund, which is going to expected to have about $28 million in the coffer, but in 2023. Development impact fee, we're going to see $20 million come in, which is also related with the YouTube projects. And then gas tax has some small and measure A, measure W, we have small money. In total, we expected the city have about $50 million available in our coffer to be deployed in 22-23. That's all the money the city can assign, not counting to the new any kind of new special grants we receive for capital improvements. So next, I'll hand the presentation back to the city manager to talk about enhancement.
Thank you, Director Sun. Okay, so enhancement request. So a long honored tradition here in the city of San Bruno. The proposed budget includes changes to the baseline budget, but we always call out in particular detail any enhancements to the budget for new items and ensure that they all relate to one of City Council's priority focus areas. So some are ongoing, some are one-time, some have added revenue or use funds that are already within the budget. So it may be a cost shift. So on the general fund level, the total proposed enhancements, the net cost of the general fund would be $859,000. Worth remembering that in our prior slide, the general fund balance was estimated to be 6.9, right around $7 million. And so this would take that to 6.1 million in round numbers. So another usage of $860,000 of the general fund balance. Internal service funds, various items, 231,000. Enterprise funds, a number of these actually are for enhanced maintenance, increased costs that we wanted to call out as enhancements. We went through those fairly significantly. Some are significant items like water quality testing on our wells for $67,000 or additional well treatment for $80,000. Small items like $5,000 for a 16-inch ductile iron chainsaw. But we went through all of these in detail. Total enhancements of a net of just over $2 million. So let's talk about these enhancements, not in great detail, but the only one that I will spend a little time on is an ad that we made for this public hearing, and that is within the city manager's office. It's requesting the reinstatement of the city's HR director position. So as noted on attachment 5, we provided the city council with a detailed memo and costing for this enhancement request. The city of San Bruno from 2005 to 2014 had an HR director position. That position was defunded and transitioned to a assistant city manager position in 2014. And the reasons for that were many. One, it was a cost reason. There was a recognition that the city needed an assistant city manager position, but not the funds to have both an HR director and an assistant city manager position. And like, unfortunately, a lot of the decisions we have to make, it was a compromise decision. And so that position transitioned to an assistant city manager, and it really was a dual role. It was the city's chief HR advisor for labor relations, maintained oversight of the HR division, 2.5 FTEs in that division, but also encompassing the city manager role, supported special projects and citywide administrative support. But in reality, the large majority of that position's time was still consumed with HR duties. And where we find ourselves now is that the city is sufficiently complex and really, just like in 2004, but even greater, really has the administrative and management need for a standalone assistant city manager and HR director position. And so the proposal that you have before you is another policy compromise in an effort to have as little additional negative impact on the budget. We are proposing to defund a relatively new position that we funded, which is our economic development manager position. That position was new for the current fiscal year. The city did undertake a very robust and active recruitment. Actually made a number of offers, but was unable to fill that position, and it remains vacant and unfilled. And so the budget proposal calls for a elimination or freezing of that position, understanding that it is a significant interest to the city council and staff to further envelop our economic development program. But really just the administrative necessity of aligning ourselves with the level of support for our human resources and caring for our people, the really need for that position. Unfortunately, due to financials, we're recommending to use the funding from the economic development manager position to reinstate that HR director, but also retain the ACM position and elevate that position so it can really cross-function as a full assistant city manager position and actually take on departmental responsibilities. And so, as you saw with the org chart that is attached, that position would be dedicated to development services and oversee our public works and our community and economic development divisions, and be another corporate management position that can support the organization. And also in recognition that we want to continue to study and look for ways to further envelop our economic development program. With the budget for budgeting those two positions, the ACM and the HR director, at 10 months, there was a $48,000 net savings in current budgeted amounts. And so there's a proposal to reserve that as one-time funds in this budget to provide funds for further studying our economic development program, potentially providing some direct business support and looking into partnerships in the community with various organizations. And a little bit of that is detailed in the memo, but I understand that the city council really wants to know what that partnership will look like. And so we can certainly have those discussions. But the enhancement proposal is to reinstate the HR director position. And so going through the others really just at a high level, and I know we will have some discussion with the council on these, but I want to reserve time for your deliberations. I'll just hit these really quickly. And so there's an enhancement request in the finance department to shift around some positions and delete one position in that budget officer. There's the addition of a purchasing officer position, a total of $108,000. There's a fire captain / paramedic. We talked about that and the necessity for that for training, reclassing and reconfiguring maintenance workers within our parks division, and the city council received a detailed memo on that. Adding some consultant hours for in-house plans examiner services paid for by revenue, as well as a contract on-demand building inspector position paid for by revenue, and that's to support some of the major development projects that we have ongoing. Consultant for general plan zoning enhancements and continuing to move forward with our general plan, and our community and economic development director has talked about that and the cost of that project and how we're doing it in stages just because of the total cost of that project and not having the available funds to do it all at once. Consultant to update the safety element in our general plan, $70,000. Continuing to move forward with required state mandates like our housing element and our CEQA water study. Unfreezing one vacant police officer position at $118,000, and we had a presentation from the police chief at your last meeting, moving forward with our ADA transition plan and money for our bike patrol. Next Q hit, which is a customer service system in the police department where they're implementing a new tool that will provide SMS text messages. So people that file police reports will know the status in a more automated fashion, making some software improvements and key control improvements, a team building workshop and a wellness program in our police department, reclassing a associate civil engineer to a senior civil engineer, but then also adding two significant engineering positions, a principal engineer and a senior civil engineer, both paid for by our development projects, and so the cost neutral is as an enhancement it is cost neutral because we have the money budgeted in our capital improvement program and they will work on those projects. A associate civil engineer, same rationale. A citywide traffic study to continue to move forward and do our speed warrants. Temporary engineering assistance for $25,000, bringing it on an intern or someone that can support our engineering division, and then small adjustment to a management analyst position. The large portion there is actually in the enterprise funds. And that concludes our general fund enhancements. I know we will talk further about those, so I will sit down and bring back up the finance director to close us out.
So I only have a few slides left over. So the next thing is again limit. We needed the council approval to approve our appropriation limit. So the voter appropriation, this GAL limit is a voter-approved initiative to eliminate amount of tax-generated revenues. It was based on the 879 budget adjusted and each year by the cost of living and population growth. So the adjusted 22-23 appropriation is well below the limit by more than 17%. And then now we're requesting the City Council to hold public hearing and adopt a resolution to approve the 22-23 operation budget and then the 5-year executive budget from fiscal year 22-23 all the way to 26-27. And next is approving the city's appropriation limit at the GAL limit for 23-23. Is that if the city council doesn't approve our request or the recommended resolution, there are some alternatives the council can make, and one is amend the appropriation amount contained in the proposed budget, and all do not approve the proposed budget appropriation effective July 1st, 2022. In this case, council can adopt an alternative resolution assuring continued municipal operation, and we also recommend council to at least adopt the proposed CIP project. So the alternative resolution is attached to the report in that council package. With that on, we're just open to ask questions.
Thank you to the team for the presentation and the information. At this time, this is a public hearing. I'm mindful of time. Maybe when I ask colleagues, let me hit topic by topic if that's okay, and we'll see where our time element is. Does anybody have any questions in regards to the GAN limits? Seeing none from council. Does anyone have any questions in regards to the Measure G budget that was proposed, or comment concerns? Okay. We have left the capital improvement projects. Any council members have questions on those at this time? Councilmember Hamilton. Thank you.
I apologize for not getting off the mute. My question is actually about the Measure G. I just wanted to confirm that, you know, I'm bringing that slide back up. The moving so fast, I apologize for not having it up in front of me here. But when we looked at the Measure G proposed uses, it was nearly $6 million in streets, and I just is the intention that the majority of that money is going to be projects that are executed in this next fiscal year? That money's going to hit the street, pun intended.
That money will no. Let's the way street projects work is that first the project has to be designed. And then we have to go out to bid. And the design could be anywhere from 8 to 10 months. And so we will need to design the project. This is authorizing and getting the projects. It's important to note that the Measure G allocation for the current budget year that we sit in had a road allocation of a little over $2 million. And those projects, there was a slurry sill project, as well as some money for road reconstruction. Those projects are, we had hoped to begin on in the latter part of this calendar year. Councilmember Hamilton, as you and the council know, we recently had the departure of a number of our engineering staff. Out of our 7 staff engineering positions, currently we only have 2 filled. And so while the city council did approve contract staff, that is certainly impacting our ability to deliver on projects. And so we are working very hard every day to ensure that we can retool and support putting those dollars to work. And so in response to your question, yes, there is a very, very significant allocation to our role for Measure G projects. But we need to begin first with designing those projects. We do not have the in-house personnel to design them, and so we will be using outside personnel to design them. And so I cannot commit that they will be done or even launched in the calendar year. But we're doing step 1, which is allocating the funds. Step 2, acquiring funds.
Got it.
Step 1 is acquiring funds.
All right. Thank you for that. I'm good.
Thank you, sir. Back to questions on the capital improvement projects at this time. Okay, I brought this one for last. The operating budget, questions from colleagues on that presentation at this time. These are
Mr.
questions.
Mayor, hold on, Mr. Mayor. I couldn't find the raise the hand. There you go.
Go ahead, Councilmember Medina.
Yeah, I first want to say thank you for this proposed budget. I understand that it takes a lot of work. The question that I had specifically was about stormwater. In the staff report, it mentions staff is exploring opportunities to reduce the expenditures and enhance revenues. Wondering where that is and when will council be advised of these opportunities?
City manager.
Councilmember Medina, in response to your question, back it up to go forward. Absolutely, we have a stormwater financial challenges. The fund was projected to be negative in the current fiscal year by $1 million. We were able to use ARPA funds last year. We do not have that luxury this year. And so we absolutely are exploring all ways to reduce our expenditures in our stormwater fund, as well as acquire additional revenue. One additional revenue area is through our franchise agreement with Recology. As we noted to the City Council, we have asked Recology to provide a proposal for street sweeping. The majority of our street sweeping, the majority of our operating stormwater budget goes to street sweeping. If we can have some of those costs done on that franchise agreement, that may provide more funds available for other stormwater work, and so we're exploring that. One of the things that we were exploring when we began this budget cycle was a potential infrastructure bond, and we know that we did a lot of work on that and hired a poll firm to conduct a poll of likely voters, and it appears that that ballot measure would not be successful in November 22. And so we are continuing to explore all opportunities, but it is a challenge. Later tonight in our 7 o'clock meeting, we will be discussing a potential commercial property transfer tax that, if approved, may bring in approximately $1 million a year. Those funds would be general fund monies if approved, and could be used for stormwater as well.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I had some questions about CityNet, but I know we're going to be having a pretty detailed study in the future about it, so I'll reserve comments there. My ongoing concern, well, I just want to say it because I have the opportunity. My ongoing concern is, despite all our efforts, it's very difficult to become positive in our revenues, and our capital expenses for that enterprise are also offensive. So just expressing my concern about the franchise, and looking forward to hopefully some better news at some point when we get the full analysis and business plan.
Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, I wanted to just find out or ask a little bit more about the economic development manager. What is an alternative where we can get that position in the budget?
Sure. Mayor, through the Mayor, Vice
Yes,
Mayor
please.
Mason, so you're referring to the proposal to defund the vacant economic development manager position and use that funding for an HR director, and asking how can we retain funds in the budget. We can use fund balance, keep that position in the budget, and use more fund balance for that position. We could also freeze the position and not lose sight of it. And as we continue to make progress through our fiscal sustainability project and our other efforts that are going on, look for soonest opportunity to provide funding for that position. Measure G is a funding source because it is general fund money. But I really think those are the options. We could keep it in the budget, and you could not fund the HR director position. You could fund that position or the HR director position from fund balance. You could look toward Measure G, or you could say, you know what, it's a policy decision that we don't like making, but we will temporarily freeze the position, but keep working on finding funds for that. And we've done that a number of times where we have brought up a funding position before the City Council, didn't have the funds, but did lose sight of it, and were able to fund it in a subsequent year.
Can we freeze is there anything stopping us from freezing the ACM position?
As a policy director, there's absolutely nothing stopping the city council from freezing the vacant ACM position. If you would like my assessment as a city manager, I would not recommend that. We can go further if needed.
Thank you. Yeah, I think my concern is same with the community foundation, is this kind of, it feels often that downtown is not a priority, even though the public has informed us it's a priority. And I've been informed, at least since I got involved in 2017, that we needed an economic manager. We finally got council support last year after being essentially told that it would be a recommendation that we need to ensure it's in the budget. For other positions, we've been approached to increase salaries in order to obtain somebody in that position. But in this particular position, the council has not been asked to increase salaries to, get a better candidate, if I could say, or more qualified candidate, in any way you want to say it. And so I have great concern that this position has largely been branded to the council as a deeply necessary position to improve our relationship with our downtown businesses, including all of our small businesses in San Bruno. And I just can't support waiting another year for this position or freezing it until the funds become available. It just seems that it's too important. So the other question I had was, is there this BayRac option, can those funds go directly towards a salaried position? So the I think it's 40 something thousand dollars. Because as I recall during COVID, BayRac can actually apply to the foundation for funds if they'd like to. Is that right?
Please.
So there were a few things there. Let me begin from the latter question. The $48,000 as proposed in the budget is one-time funds. The council can make it ongoing funds, which would allow us to use it for a portion of a position. I do think that a lot of work needs to go into exactly what sort of partnership we would structure with BayRac as one partner, the Chamber of Commerce as another partner. As we discussed before, I think that if we back up a month ago, there were 3 vacant positions in the city that were all sort of centered on supporting businesses and economic development. Our economic development manager position, the Skyline College BayRac Bay Area Entrepreneurship Center executive director position, and the Chamber of Commerce executive director. And so staff and your downtown subcommittee have initiated conversations. And I think we want to follow those through and really have robust conversations about, is there a way to structure a partnership where we could really join forces and all support our business downtown? Certainly, I think, and I agree that it would be wonderful if the city had a coordinator or a manager position that could really be an ombudsman to our small and medium-sized businesses to provide additional support. How we provide that ombudsman services, are those ombudsman services provided by a city employee? Potentially, but it doesn't have to be. I'll also note that the ACM position is designated to be over development services. And so that position, while not that coordinator manager on the ground position, will have corporate oversight for development service and economic development. And so I would proffer that as one of the reasons why that position still has significant benefits for economic development.
Right, but the economic development manager position, if I recall correctly, was seen as that bridge to the chamber and BayRac. So sorry, city manager, that's the question, is that in many of our conversations, we've been told that it's, staff is at capacity, and I think we understand that. It has taken some time, so thank you, staff, for your patience with us. But we do understand staff is at capacity. But with that said, that this position was the position that would be really tasked to create those relationships.
Sure. In response, Vice Mayor Mason, absolutely. We, neither I nor staff, disagree with that. And in a perfect world, with the funding, I think we need an HR director, an ACM, an assistant city manager, as well as we could look at almost every division in the city that we've talked about is understaffed. And so at a corporate level, I think it is absolutely imperative that we reinstate the HR director position as an organization that employs 262 plus people with significant care and feeding needed for the organization. And I think that we have suffered as an organization for not having a dedicated HR director. There is analysis in the memo that discusses our peer cities. The vast majority have an HR director as well as an ACM position. And that statement shouldn't be construed to mean that we don't also need an economic development manager position. We absolutely do. The proposal that's before you is aimed at being as fiscally prudent and responsible as we can, as is appropriate, and aimed at providing corporate support for the organization while we study how do we improve our economic development services to our medium and small businesses.
Okay. So I'll just say, I know that Councilmember Medina is waiting. I'll just say that I think even in our own one-on-one conversations, when I started, I completely support the HR director position. I've suggested it. I don't think that's my concern. But my greater concern is really that we do need an economic development manager. I think that is a priority, and we've been told it's a priority to get downtown moving for years. And so I'm not comfortable freezing that position. I'd be more comfortable freezing the ACM position until a later time in the year when we see where funds are coming in. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I want to reach out to Councilmember Hamilton, Councilmember Salazar, so everybody can at least have an opportunity. I'd like to get to the public because I'm realizing we are going on 6:35 at this point, just that they've been patient in case they had anything. If I don't see a hand up from either of the two council members, Salazar or Hamilton, at this time, I'd like to open it to the public, see if they have any comments, and we'll bring it right back to us, if that's okay. At this time, if there's members of the public that wish to comments, questions in regards to the operating budget, capital improvement budget, GAN initiatives, this would be the time to raise your hand, and we can go ahead and bring you in.
There are no hands raised.
Thank you very much. We'll bring it back to council. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. So with that, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Salazar, Marty Medina, motion and a second to close public hearing. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Aye.
Councilmember Marty Medina,
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason,
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye. That is a 5-0 to close public hearing, and now we'll come back to council. Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medina. It's interesting, and this year, our priorities change. But what has remained constant is that, and we've heard it from staff for pretty much the entire time I've been on the council, is that we're understaffed. We don't have the revenues to do and hire the staff, to keep the staff. And from last year to this year, we're making progress, but it's just, we have so far so much more to do. And when it first sunk into me, like, wait a second, we've been waiting for this position for a couple of years. We couldn't fund it, and then we finally funded it, and then the pay was too low, or we just couldn't get somebody here to do the job that we all know that is needed. And then we're switching back to getting an HR director. And we had an assistant city manager who was doing primarily the functions of an HR director and not doing what we would like to get done. And being aware of just how short-staffed we are. And I can see our city manager's point. You know, we probably always needed an HR director, but it was cut back in the day to a hybrid position, I think. And here we are now. We have always limited amount of funds. We can't do everything we want to do. So what's the best that we can make out of this? What are the best tools that we can give our city manager to lead our staff to prepare San Bruno to be better than the previous year, and how do we set ourselves on, this sustainable economic movement. So I guess my question is, if I understand having the HR director, okay, now this assistant city manager, they will be assigned in the development side. How much of that role could cover the economic development manager? And if it's not enough, and if we need to go draw down more in our general fund balance, then I'm interested in hearing about that. I know we need to approve a budget real soon, and perhaps that's something that we could return with getting those numbers. But I'm concerned of that missing piece that we all know that we need. So, city manager, what additional roles and what kind of coverage of the economic development manager would the assistant city manager be able to provide?
Sure. It's important to note that a assistant city manager over development services is distinctly different than a economic development manager position. The manager position is more of a day-to-day program development and execution employee for a economic development program that we need to develop, right? The first job for our economic development director program to actually develop our economic development program centered on small and medium-sized businesses. Council will know that when I started here 4 years ago, I realized that there's an entire division missing, and it was economic development, right? We have not had a sole person dedicated to economic development. And so first we need to develop an economic development program. Where I think we're doing great on economic development is our large businesses and our larger parcels, right? The Bay Hill specific plan, TAN-FRAN, and other projects that we're working on, including the repositioning of the site at the crossings, as well as the former Sky Park site. Where we need to develop an economic development program is for our small and medium-sized businesses, both for attraction and retention, and that person that will execute that on a day-to-day basis is your economic development manager. Your assistant city manager is a executive corporate level position that will support your city manager in not just corporate oversight of the organization and strategic project management, but also they will be over development services. What I'll say publicly, what I've said to council, your city manager's positions spends, frankly, too much of their time on project management and supporting these larger development projects. San Bruno is actually at a peak of our development cycle, and these large-scale projects take significant time to guide and lead. The assistant city manager position will fill that role to free up your city manager's position to do more of that corporate oversight and management of the organization. But of the three positions we're talking about, the absolutely most critical is the HR director. Your assistant city manager position since 2014 has been a split role, but they've served as that sort of executive HR support for the organization. Recommendations that needs to be a full-time role. It's also a significant full-time role for an assistant city manager.
Okay, that's very helpful. I'm interested in hearing from my other colleagues, and then I think I mentioned about potentially coming back, getting this budget approved, and my interest in looking at how we would be able to fund the economic development manager. Thank you.
Councilmember Hamilton.
So my comments are regarding the economic development manager. My comments are similar to what's been said already, so I'll try not to go over old ground because I know that we're tight on time. This is obviously a critical position that we've been trying to fill for for the past year since we were able to finally fund it. We're unable to do that, unfortunately, and where I'm not comfortable with the language that was in the packet and in the slide deck of eliminating the position. That seems that language has a lot of more permanence to it than temporarily freezing it. I am supportive of the division of the ACM and HR positions and having a dedicated HR person, and if that is a position that can be staffed in the short term, unlike unfortunately the economic development manager position, then that does make sense. But I would want the economic development manager position to, even if it's not going to be funded tonight in the budget that we pass, I would support us continuing to look at ways that we could fund that position and not wait until next year's budget to do it. Thank you.
Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you. So I'm hearing a lot of the same concerns I have, and that the more detail we get on this, the more evident it is that there are some strategic impacts to this, as well as immediate economic impacts to this. And starting, from the very baseline budget, we're already forecasting more expenditures than revenue for the year and making up the difference with fund balance. And so, again, that's a concern for me where we're starting off in that negative footing. The slide that showed the trend shows that that's going to be an ongoing thing where we're basically operating in a deficit and using fund balance to make up the difference. And that fund balance is created by some new revenue that happened to come up during the year, but also because we froze positions, some of that money has already been allocated, and as we start unfreezing positions, that fund balance will definitely start shrinking down. And so because of that, I'm going to suggest that today, to not delay the implementation of a budget, that we approve a baseline budget and the capital budget, but leave the enhancements off the table. There are a few that I know that are very important and probably unavoidable, but rather than go cafeteria style and try to pick the ones that I think are important, or maybe other people are important, I would request that we bring all the enhancement back to a subsequent meeting and just approve the baseline budget today. That'll allow us to have a better discussion on what the future of economic development will be, and which positions are basically already funded and just being unfrozen, like the police officer, and which ones are net new expenses, and maybe think a little bit more about that balance, what's making up the balance, and how much of it is really sustainable over the future when we make these long-term commitments.
Thank you. share concern. I share some of the same sentiment that I've just heard from everyone. I know the economic manager, I think, is something we've all talked about, wished, and want, and I know staff has tried. And so I'm, to save time because we are at 6:45 too, I'm in favor of also passing the baseline, the capital improvement project, which would also be, the Measure G and the GAN initiative, and on the enhancement to bring those back so they can be looked at. And I have same concern as far as the revenue and expenditure and where we start from. So that's, I'll keep it Cliff Note version for me since we're short on time. Vice Mayor Mason.
Just for the public that's listening, then I just want to be clear that the enhancements include this entire conversation we've just had around the HR position, the ACM position, and the Economic Development Manager position. Is that correct, Councilmember Salazar?
Yeah, that is correct. That was listed as one of the enhancements.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I concur with your suggestion. Thank you.
And I want to clarify, and please, Steph, correct me, but the ACM would be the baseline, so that would go forward. Correct me, but that's how I would understand, because that's the baseline, because that's what we've had, right? So yeah. That's not it. City Manager, please.
So the Assistant City Manager position as well as the Economic Development Manager position are in the budget. Both are vacant. We have not moved forward with an executive recruitment for the Assistant City Manager position because it's critically important that we know the skill set that we're filling that position for. Okay. Are we filling that position for someone that has been an HR director, that has personnel management skills? Or are we filling that position for someone that can provide corporate level executive support for development services? And the Economic Development Director position or manager position is a active recruitment that has not garnered robust applications. With that said, I understand Council's desire to move forward with the baseline budget only. I will say that if we can reconvene soon, that is a workable scenario. But as the City Council knows, we have a significant workload for our meetings on July 12th as well as July 28th. And a special meeting on August 3rd. It will be critical that we schedule a special meeting as soon as possible to address these items. There is a fire captain that is a necessity to begin recruitment for in our partnership with Central County Fire for our training division, as well as a number of maintenance and other enhancements. So I do believe that we need to move expeditiously, but the continuing resolution or approval of the baseline budget will provide funds to operate the city on July 1.
Thank you. Good explanation, as well as then I would say Councilmember Salazar would be correct as far as the ACM because, et cetera, as the city manager said, need to know to recruit for. So it made sense and how that was stated. Thank you. Councilmember Hamilton?
So the city manager addressed most of what I was going to ask about. I have concerns with holding back on the enhancements request just because of some of the items that are in here. And he mentioned the fire captain. There's also the unfreezing of a police officer position, which I believe is critical. So if we can commit as a council to being flexible with our schedules to get a special meeting scheduled as soon as possible, I can be supportive of holding back on the enhancement requests to a future meeting and approving everything else. But we would need to move very, very quickly because I'm concerned with us having too much of the next fiscal year go by without these items addressed.
And I would say correct. Councilmember Hamilton, and when we have this has occurred before, and we do move quickly. City manager is correct. It needs to be, and we need to be able to be available and rearrange if necessary other commitments, whether it be regional or otherwise. Vice Mayor Mason, and City Hall.
ask, if there's no concern about the other positions, is it possible to just leave the ACM, HR Director, and the Economic and Development Manager for a later time and move forward on everything else? It's a question for the city manager or city attorney.
We have a lot of latitude, but as far as what we can improve or don't wish to improve at this time, but city manager already had a hand up, and I would like to call upon them, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. In response to the Vice Mayor's question, the discretion to approve the enhancement request or not is with the City Council, and so we will take your direction and move forward as appropriate. My hand was up because there are also, I don't want to lose sight of the enhancement requests in our enterprise funds and our internal service funds, and so just would need clarity that the City Council desires not to move forward on those as well and bring those back. And important note that there are a number of enhancement requests for engineering positions that are, I think, critical to move forward on. If we can reconvene within the first 2 weeks of July, I think that that's doable. But if we really get into August, I think that's a significant challenge. And so I know that council members have schedules and vacations, and so we'll need to follow up after today with some scheduling.
Councilmember Hamilton.
If it helps move the conversation along, I would be supportive of approving all the enhancement requests, including the enterprise fund ones, with the exception of the ACM and HR positions, and have those come back for further discussion.
I'm comfortable with that as well, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I guess it's a motion and a second to move the CIP, all the operating, the GAN, the Measure G, all of the enhancements with the exception of ACM, HR, I'm just reinstating this so we have it clear, and the economic manager or development manager, or no? That's where I'm not.
I wasn't actually making a motion. I was just stating my support.
I apologize. My apologies. My apologies.
Get to the point. I will be happy to make a motion, but I don't think.
Well, I see the vice mayor is up, and I'm just being mindful of time. Vice mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that, just because the funds, depending on the conversation, could be applied to maybe one of the salaries, even though it's one time, but in the BARAC. I would just add to that to have it all as one discussion at a later time, and I would support that. Thank you.
Okay, so we've had a couple suggestions. City Hall, please.
Mayor Medina, City Council. My preference would be either we go through a process where we improve the enhancements, but if there's not time or desire to do that, I do think that as we look at the position enhancement requests, and what was not proposed was freezing the ACM position, I would proffer that when we look at another enhancement request, which is a purchasing officer in our finance department, another critically needed position, but if it's a policy discussion on approving the purchasing officer but freezing the assistant city manager or not having an ACM director, I think that the professional recommendation from myself as your city manager and staff would be we not approve the purchasing officer, but have the assistant city manager and the HR director position. So I think it would be worthwhile to have a more holistic discussion on the positions, if that's the desire, but approve everything else.
We're starting to try to cut the pie up, and it seems to be going. Councilmember Salazar, you may have a suggestion.
No, actually, just with 6 minutes left, I was actually going to make a formal motion to approve or introduce a resolution approving our baseline budget and capital improvement and deferring enhancements to a meeting to be prioritized in the month of July.
I'll second that.
There's been a motion and second. Salazar Mason, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marty Medina?
I'm in support of it, but I think we should be approving some of the things, but I'm sorry.
Roll call vote.
So I'm gonna say no. Say no.
Councilmember Salazar,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason,
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. With that, keep in mind what the city manager said we are committing to is July and quickly in July. With that, we're going to go ahead and adjourn to the next regular city council meeting, which will be held on June 28th, well, tonight.
Mr. Mayor, do we have to do a second motion for the GAN limit?
The way I'm seeing it is adopt resolutions. Well, you're right. It says to the capital improvement budget, approving the appropriations. City attorney, can that all be done in one? But yeah, or does it again need to be done separately?
Yeah, Mayor Medina, I believe there is a second resolution approving the GAN limit that the city council should consider.
Thank you, Councilmember Hamilton.
Through the mayor, I'll like to move that we approve the city appropriations GAN limit for fiscal year 2022-23.
I'll second. Motion made and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Aye.
Councilmember Marty Medina,
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason,
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Now, thank you very much, Mr. Hamilton. We will adjourn to the meeting that's going to be held in about 4 minutes, and we will see you in the next Zoom. Part of the meeting. Okay, seeing everybody here, why don't we go ahead and begin. If staff, you're ready, we'll go ahead and begin And welcome everyone to the San Bruno City Council regular meeting of June the 28th, 2022. Calling the meeting to order. May I please have roll call?
Councilmember Hamilton,
Here.
Councilmember Marty Medina,
Here.
I'm here too.
I apologize, Councilmember Salazar,
Here.
Vice Mayor Mason,
Here, thank you.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Here. Thank you. All present. If you would go ahead, we're going to go to item 3, Pledge of Allegiance. If those at home and my colleagues here and staff would go ahead and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now we will move on to item 4, public comments for items that are not on the agenda. Individuals will be allowed up to 3 minutes. It is council's policy to refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and action where appropriate. The Brown Act prohibits the council from discussing or acting upon any matter not agendized pursuant to state law. If there are members of the public that wish to speak, if you could raise your virtual hand or come in via phone, and we will have you brought into the room by Lupita, and whenever you're ready.
First speaker is Paul Wapensky. Paul Wapensky, I will let you in. Okay, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Good evening. I listened to the previous meeting and I've got a recommendation. On the second economic development manager, since you're not able to get anybody to fill that position, whether they pay as low or whatever, how about providing a grant to some MBA students to develop the plan for you? We've got Berkeley, Stanford, San Jose State that are all, you recruit from. And this would benefit the students because they would be working on an MBA project and the city would get a plan that they could work with under the council's direction. And this would also help the city because if you can't get anybody to fill that job right now, at least you can work on ways to potentially fund that position in the future in future budgets. And you're also saving the city some money now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Gabe Holbert. Gabe, I will allow you into the room. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thanks so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Medina and honorable members of the San Bruno City Council. My name is Gabe Holbert, and I represent the Y Green Energy Fund, one of the leading property-assessed or PACE clean or financing energy companies in the state. We provide financing for energy and water conservation, seismic and wildfire resiliency improvements for homes and businesses voluntarily through their property taxes in over 325 California communities, including your neighbors, South San Francisco, Pacifica, Burlingame, Brisbane, Coma, San Mateo, San Francisco, and countless other Bay Area jurisdictions. Thank you for your time this evening. California property owners are facing a difficult reality. Historic droughts, wildfires, and blackouts are becoming increasingly frequent, even as the state and cities like San Bruno pass more aggressive legislation to attempt to stem our carbon emissions and convert our energy grid to primarily clean energy. That kind of dramatic shift can only happen if property owners have the access to the natural disaster and clean energy property improvements needed, but too often those property upgrades are out of reach with price tags in the tens of thousands of dollars. Therefore, alternatives to traditional property improvement financing are critical. PACE financing is one such program. a transformational public-private policy in place for over a decade that does not discriminate. Rather than monthly payments, property owners pay for the upgrades over time through an assessment added to their property tax bill with universal terms for every property owner and without the high variable interest rates and upfront cash required by most traditional financing options. Since AB 1284 was passed in 2018, the PACE industry has delivered best-in-class PACE financing with the highest standards of consumer protections in the country, including rigorous underwriting standards, financial disclosures, and verifying the ability to pay, among other measures. PACE delivers results not only for property owners, but for local economies as well, especially the businesses that step up to provide these improvements. The impact to date is the injection of over $7.3 billion worth of private capital into local communities, creating over 120,000 local jobs and generating more than $15 billion in local economic activity. Whitegreen's commercial PACE program has unique features to serve the small to medium-sized business market that often have barriers to traditional methods of financing. With the project minimum of $5,000 and a retroactive financing option on previously completed PACE-approved projects. To date, our projects in the other San Mateo County jurisdictions we operate in have saved over 19 million gallons of water, 8.9 million kilowatt hours, and abated 3,148 metric tons of carbon with zero cost or legal risk to these localities. These statistics are a testament to the effective public policy tool PACE to leverage private capital for public good. There's not a more beneficial program for your community to make available at no cost to the government and with so many advantages. Having a competitive market for PACE is the only way to ensure the best outcome for property owners and the environment. So we encourage you to approve the GSFA PACE program at San Bruno at a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 5, announcements, presentations. There is one. It is an announcement that during the upcoming 4th of July holiday season, please remember to be safe and respectful of neighbors. If you use or possess illegal fireworks or improperly use safe and sane fireworks in San Bruno, you will, not may, will be cited, you will be fined and cited $1,000 for that action. With that, let's move on to item 6, which is consent calendar. All items are considered routine or implemented as an earlier council action and may be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion unless requested. There are items A, B, C, and D. Are there any items that wish to be pulled for a separate vote? Under that, with item D being having a comment from Councilmember Medina, are there any other items? Seeing none, then we will move to item D, adopt resolution approving agreement between the City of San Bruno and the Miscellaneous Bargaining Unit and authorizing execution by the City Manager. Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's been customary for me to comment on these contracts that we have been approving, and thank everyone involved for their hard work. It's great to have another contract going forward for 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any other public comments on the consent calendar?
No hands are raised.
Thank you. With that, back to council for action, please.
Through the mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the items on consent.
I'll say.
Motion seconded. Hamilton Salazar, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marty Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason?
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Aye. Consent calendar passes 5-0. Now we'll move on to item 7, which is our study session for this evening.
Item 7A, conduct a study session regarding proposed city charter and commercial real property transfer tax.
I will turn this now over to our city manager, Javon Grogan.
Thank you, Mayor Medina, members of the City Council, Javon Grogan, City Manager. I am here to jointly provide a presentation for our study session on the proposed city charter and commercial real property transfer tax. I will be joined in this presentation by Interim City Attorney Tricia Ortiz, who is to my right and will join us shortly. Our objective for tonight's study session is that we'll provide a little background, a little bit of the why we are here and how we got here. We'll provide a recap on the establishment of the city charter. We'll provide information on the definition of commercial property, discuss potential tax rates, but also respond to questions from the City Council that were posed at your first public hearing on June 7th. We will discuss the timeline and then have council discussion and then eventually action to place the charter on the ballot, not necessary today at this study session. So a little bit of background. So on October 26th of last year, the City Council had a study session where you discussed several potential ballot options for the upcoming November 22 ballot. One of those was potentially establishing a city charter that had an integral commercial property transfer tax as a combined measure. And the City Council provided direction to staff to analyze that option and return to you with policy options in time for council to place a measure on the ballot for voters to consider should you desire to do so. And we have had a number of meetings to that regard and are here today in another study session on that topic. But really, that wasn't the beginning of why the city started to look at a potential charter or a commercial property transfer tax. And really the foundation of that is our comprehensive fiscal sustainability project that we launched as a city in 2019. It's a project that seeks to improve the city's fiscal condition so that we have sufficient ongoing and annual funds to provide those services that we know our residents need, deserve, as well as maintain our infrastructure. And as we saw in our last meeting just a few moments ago, when we were discussing our budget for the next fiscal year, there are no easy decisions in Bruno with regard to the budget. We have for decades had to make decisions on knowing that there are items that the city needs to fund, but not having the revenue to fund them. And so we embarked on this comprehensive project that remains active. And important to note, the city has had significant success and implemented numerous cost control measures, revenue enhancements, and cost shifts, where we've shifted funds from the general fund to either a new revenue source or a more sustainable funding source. And in your staff report, a number of those are mentioned. One of the examples of cost shifting is we went to the federal court with regard to the PG&E bankruptcy. PG&E had community service hours to provide, and we were successful in converting those community service hours into $3 million so that we can do wildfire mitigation in Crestmore Canyon, which we know is our most significant wildfire danger in the city. And so we were able to shift that unfunded financial burden from the general fund to a new funding source. The City Council has directed that we place Measure G on the ballot, a half-cent sales tax that, as we saw, is now bringing in $3.8 million, significant money for roads and other improvements. We placed a hotel tax, an additional TOT, transient occupancy tax, on the ballot that increased our tax from 12% to 14%, recovering another half $500,000. We did a Walmart.com sales tax participation agreement that was projected to bring in $4 million and is bringing in a little bit more. We've implemented numerous operational budget reductions, and as we talked about just at our prior meeting, unfortunately, we have not even been able to restore all of the positions that were reduced. We've obtained grants for our Spyglass Stormwater Improvement Project. The City Council has partnered with the county and received Measure K grants for both for Posey Park. We recently had the Giants Community Foundation renovate Greenberg Field. But despite all the successful efforts, and I just listed a few, and there's a longer laundry list in the staff report, the financial challenges that face San Bruno remain significant. And that's true both on a ongoing basis for the revenue we need to operate the city with the appropriate personnel and maintenance budget to maintain our medians, for example, as well as the money we need to replace and maintain critical infrastructure. So let's talk a little bit about these two, but really just at a high level. But I really want to note that it's important that we recognize that San Bruno has a revenue problem. We don't have an expenditure problem. Our revenue per capita as shown here amongst our peer group is the second lowest, second only to Daly City, a city with more than double our population. So that skews their per capita number. And so that, as we've talked about before, is not something that can be changed overnight. It is a factor of being a predominantly residential community that has not had significant commercial development over the last 40 years. And so we are, as you know, making significant strides and steps on the economic development front with some of our larger parcels, Bay Hill, Sky Park, and Tan Fran. But getting our per capita revenue to be on par with our peer cities is a challenge. And as we've talked about, there's no silver bullet solution. It's you don't turn a cruise ship on a dime. Next, important, just at another high level, just to talk about our infrastructure needs. We can have a exhaustive presentation on the city's infrastructure challenges, and we've seen this chart in a prior presentation, but for our residents that are watching this presentation, it's important to note that the city analyzed the cost of infrastructure that we need to improve over the next 20 years when the city council implemented development impact fees to ensure that new development pay their fair share for city infrastructure, public safety, utilities, transportation. And so this chart is from that February 2019 study. And at a high level, what it shows is that the cost of improvements that this city needs to make over the next 20 years totals more than $457 million. And development, and through the council's action, development will pay their fair share. But they cannot pay all, it is not legal for them to pay more than their fair share. And so the development impact fee portion that's allocated to the new development that's coming is $146 million. It leaves a whopping $310 million that needs to be funded from other sources. So all of the successful efforts that we've had with the Comprehensive Fiscal Sustainability Project get us there, but are nowhere near coming to the amount of funds that we need. And so looking at the establishment of a charter city and to provide the city with the ability to impose a commercial property transfer tax is just one of the many mechanisms. So that's really why we're having this discussion. And so it's important to note that in California, there are two types of cities. There are general law cities and charter cities. And what is the main difference? Well, only charter cities can impose a real property transfer tax, and there are some other differences that we'll talk about the city's ability to manage its municipal affairs. The city council can draft a charter. It requires 2 public hearings and a vote of the people at a statewide general election. And so that is every 2 years. And so if we are looking to place in options before the voters to develop a city charter, we need to do that in an even year. And so November 22 is fast approaching, and with council's direction last year, that is what we've been marching toward, providing that information so the city council can make an informed decision. And so on March 29th, we met on this item, and the council directed staff to develop what's called a simple charter, really providing the city council with the powers to implement a commercial property transfer tax. And so there are a number of features of a commercial property transfer tax, and we'll go through just a few here. It's important to note that a commercial property transfer tax is paid upon sale of a property. The payment of that tax can be negotiated between a buyer and seller. And then there are key items for the session that we talked about is really how do you define commercial? Are there residential property exclusions? And then what properties are exempt and do you exempt it at a certain dollar threshold? And through our prior presentations, we've grappled with this question, and so I'll just go through it. I know the City Council has seen this before, but definition of commercial. So commercial property is defined in our draft charter as commercial property or will be defined in the ordinance should council adopt it as commercial property, if, for example, a office building, hotel, or retail structure, a industrial property, a warehouse or manufacturing building, commercial, residential, or multifamily, and so a rental complex, a planned unit development for residential developers or purchase or vacant land. And so staff developed a simulation analysis. And with that definition, important to note that we have pegged commercial property as 5 units or greater, and we've talked a lot about that. And so what did that property tax simulation reveal? And so we took a look at 21 cities across the Bay Area that have a transfer tax. Some cities have it on commercial or residential. What is within the proposed charter for the City Council to consider is only on commercial property. We estimated San Bruno revenue based on the actual sales that have occurred in San Bruno over the last 5 years. And what that revealed is that should San Bruno have had a commercial property transfer tax on any given year over the last 5 years, the city would have generated $61,000 on a low year to $2.7 million on a high, but really an average of approximately $1 million and depending on the rate structure. And so the rate survey in various cities, some cities have a simple structure where it's a 1%, others have it tiered based on the sales price. And the simple percentage raised from 0.055% to 1.3%. So we talked a lot about the analysis that was conducted before, but in summary, staff is recommending a 1% tax rate with the structure that applies to commercial properties and only residential properties that are 5 units or more. Very explicitly, this means that any single-family home, condo, or fourplex buildings would be exempt from paying this commercial property transfer tax. The estimated revenue at the 1% rate, while it will fluctuate annually based on actual sales, we estimate at $1 million annually, again, to go towards the critical financial needs of the organization. And then we break that down by the amount that is likely to be generated by commercial residential properties and then all other types of commercial properties. And so on June 7th, your first public hearing, the City Council asked a number of questions. One thing, you requested additional public engagement, recognizing that a city charter is a significant change for the organization. It will change our governance model. And you asked for more information on the powers of a charter city. And so just to note, in response to the City Council's request for additional public engagement, we scheduled this study session, and so state law requires that you have 2 public hearings, but to have additional engagement, we squeezed in another study session between those 2 public hearings, and so that is today on June 28th. We developed and implemented a citywide mailer that talked about the commercial property transfer tax and the potential city charter, and mailed that to every mailing address, both residential and businesses within San Bruno, to do that step further and make sure that we hit every property in San Bruno. We created a dedicated website to convey information on the proposed charter and the transfer tax. That includes all prior staff reports, presentations, as well as Zoom links for not just this meeting, but the upcoming City Council meetings. And that web address is our normal city website at www.sanbruno.ca.gov/chartercity. And we also developed a series of social media posts and just today, the city manager's June e-newsletter created had an article on the city charter. Next, the city council, as I stated before, asked questions on limiting the city council's powers. There was a robust discussion about that on June 7th. And so within the body of your staff report, we provide the following. Should the city council want to further limit its powers as a charter city, subject to voter approval, of course, to only those powers that the city currently may exercise as a general law city, of course, aside from the implementation of a commercial property transfer tax, because we have to become a charter city to do that. It can direct staff to amend the draft charter to include a provision similar to the following. This charter shall restrict the city from exercising only those rights, powers, and authority granted under the general laws of the state of California, with the exception of the power to impose a tax on the conveyance of real property as provided in Article 3, and that would be Article 3 of the charter. And so that's in response to council's questions to say, I think there were comments of, I might be okay with putting the question before voters, but I have some concerns on what additional powers we may be conveying to future city councils. And so wanted to clarify that there could be a mechanism to limit that. And now I will turn it over to our interim city attorney to go through a number of discussions with regard to powers of the city charter.
Right, thank you. Patricia Ortiz, interim city attorney. And as the manager mentioned, I am here to address questions that came up last time about how a charter city exercises its powers and what it means to be a charter city. So once a charter city has the power to regulate all municipal affairs. And those municipal affairs are regulated pursuant to limits on by the city's charter, the California Constitution, and the U.S. Constitution. So another way to say this is once the city becomes a charter city and the voters adopt the charter acts as a limit on the city's power over municipal affairs. And for all the municipal affairs that aren't limited by the charter, the U.S. Constitution, or the California Constitution, the city council can regulate those municipal affairs by adopting a resolution, an ordinance, or otherwise taking action to regulate. And an example of a charter limit to the city's powers is found in your current draft charter, which says that the charter city shall pay prevailing wage. So even though charter city is not obligated to pay prevailing wage that has been determined to be a municipal affair, the charter says, the one that's being considered, says that the city must pay prevailing wage. And that means the city council could not take an action in the future to change that without amending the charter. And an example of the state constitutional provision that limits the exercise of a charter city's power is the significant revenue raising limitations that are found in Propositions 218, 13, and 26. So as part of the discussion last time, there were a few questions about, well, what does it mean to be a charter city and our taxing powers? And generally, charter cities and general law cities have the same powers to impose taxes, with one notable exception, and that is the real estate transfer tax that Javon just discussed. A charter city may impose it, and a general law city may not. But all cities, whether general law or charter, are still constrained by the Constitution and Propositions 13 to 18 and 26 when it comes to raising revenues. So as relevant here, the most notable requirement of these constitutional provisions is that any action to impose, increase, or extend a tax requires voter approval. So it's not enough to just become a charter city. You would also have to have your voters approve a tax. And once the voters approve the tax and the tax ordinance as described by Javon, if that ordinance specified that a commercial property included residential properties with 5 or more units, the city council could not come back and amend that to be 3 or more units, because that would be an action to increase the tax or impose the tax on people who weren't subject to the tax before. That would require going back to the voters to amend the tax. So what is a municipal affair? And there was a discussion of, can we just list out all the municipal affairs? The Constitution does not define what a municipal affair is, and we cannot list all of the municipal affairs because they're actually determined on a case-by-case basis. But there are some municipal affairs that are just generally known and classic examples of what charter cities can and do regulate. The first being a public contracts. A charter city is subject to the public contracts code unless it provides that the code does not apply. Prevailing wages. Again, a charter city is not required to pay prevailing wages. Your charter provides that, your draft charter provides that the city will. But even for charter cities that have chosen not to pay prevailing wages, there's been significant legislation that imposes consequences for failing to pay prevailing wage. Another example of a municipal affair is the process of issuing bonds. Now, again, this is significantly constrained by California constitutional provisions. For instance, a city cannot exceed the constitutional debt limit, so you couldn't really use your charter city powers to exceed that. But you could use your charter cities to come up with a procedural ordinance for how you approve bonds. And then similarly, assessments. Again, Proposition 218 significantly limits how a city can impose assessments. It requires a notice public hearing, it requires an assessment balloting procedure, and it limits the amount of assessments that can be imposed. However, a charter city could establish its own process for considering assessments. And so then there's the list of things that are not municipal affairs. And this is a list of common statewide concerns that charter cities cannot regulate: educational school systems, traffic and vehicle regulations, tort claims, the Brown Act, employee organization rules, CEQA, Public Records Act, annexations, the exercise of the powers of eminent domain, and licensing members of a trade or profession. So with that, that's an overview of the powers of a charter city, and I will turn it back over to the city manager.
So just a quick recap of our timeline. We have the first public hearing on June 7th. We're here this evening for a study session. The second public hearing is scheduled for July 12th at your 7 p.m. meeting. 30 days must elapse between the second public hearing and when the item is on the city council agenda for decision. And so that is currently calendared for August 3rd. And as we know, there is a deadline that all cities have to submit ballot measures to the county elections office by August 12th. And so your action, either in support of this on August 3rd, will allow us to do that. If you choose not to, we don't have to worry of that deadline. And so that concludes our presentation for today. The next steps really are for today: city council questions on the presentation, public comment, and then city council discussions in any direction that you want to provide on the charter that would have an integral property tax measure. But no formal action scheduled for tonight, really discussion, public engagement, feedback. Thank you.
Thank you to both city manager and city attorney for your presentation this evening. With that, I'd like to go with this process that it is for questions on the presentation, comments, But questions on the presentation, then we'll move to the public. This is a study session, so we'll ask for any input, and we'll bring it back to council. So first, I'd like to start with Councilmember Hamilton, please.
Thank you. I just have one question. I guess this would be for the interim city attorney. First of all, thank you for drafting the provision on that we showed on slide 13. I have one question about potentially changing it just slightly to make things crystal clear as to what the intention of the charter is. Right now it reads, this charter shall restrict the city to exercising only those rights, powers, and authority granted under the general laws of the state of California, with the exception of the power to impose a tax on the conveyance of real property as provided in Article 3. Now I understand that Article 3 will have all of the detail about exactly what the transfer tax can apply to, what it can't apply to, all of that. But would it be possible to just add the word commercial in there and say to impose a tax on the conveyance of real commercial property as provided in Article 3, just to make it crystal clear for folks who may not follow through all the detail and go through all the detail in Article 3. I think you're on mute.
Interim city attorney, yes, you guys are on mute.
Okay, all of that is possible, yes, and a few things I want to clarify. The provision that we drafted was intended to give you a sense of how it could be drafted. There will be a lot of, I think, conforming changes throughout the charter to make sure it very accurately does, if that's the direction the city council goes, that it very accurately it provides for that limitation. And then the other clarification is that the charter will only establish authority to impose a real estate transfer tax, and we say commercial real estate transfer tax, but all of the specifics will be in an ordinance that's approved by the voters. So it won't be actually in the charter, but in a separate ordinance. Again, neither of those could be changed without going back to the voters to make any modifications at all.
Thank you.
Other questions on presentation from colleagues at this time? Seeing no hands, let's go to the public and see if there's any questions or comments from the public on this item.
Okay, I see a hand up. Paul Lipensky. Paul Lipensky, let me bring you into the room. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I just, a couple days ago, I got my community update with this proposal, and I just got a marketing comment. It appears that the only reason we're going to try to adopt a city charter is so we can pass this transfer tax. And I think from a marketing perspective, you should list all the other benefits or non-benefits of a charter city so that people who aren't following this closely don't think the only reason we're doing this is to get more money out of commercial properties, because I think there are more benefits to a charter city than just this. And I think you should state that out there on the mailers if you have any more mailers in the future. That's all I have.
Thank you for your comments.
I am not seeing any other hands up.
I see another hand.
I see one more hand up. Bruce Ehrman. Bruce Ehrman, I will let you into the room. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Excellent. I was wondering if either the acting city attorney or the staff could give us some examples of other types of charter cities that haven't imposed a restriction to only general city functions. What kinds of other changes they've allowed their city councils to perform. The reason I say that is that while it's good to reassure our city residents that our city council is not going to make drastic changes without public engagement, etc., and to limit government, it kind of decreases the ability to act quickly when different kinds of challenges come across. And so I'm not sure we do want to limit our city council to only those general city functions. And so I was wondering if there were some example of things that have been done that therefore make our city charter want to limit itself to only general city functions plus the commercial transfer tax. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next speaker, please.
I do not see any other hands raised.
Thank you very much. We'll bring it back to council if wish to have further questions and or someone would like to comment on the speakers and council members. Vice Mayor Mason, first, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank staff for bringing this back and answering the questions that were posed at the last meeting, and for scheduling this as a regularly scheduled meeting. So thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hamilton.
I was hoping that staff could address Mr. Ehrman's question, because that's a good one, regarding, you know, if we weren't to restrict us to general law explicitly in the charter, what other types of things would the council be prepared to do? And I will state before asking the question that the reason we did this, that we asked for this provision, was in the first public hearing that we had on this, there was concern from council members of the possibility of future councils exploiting some of those extra powers in ways that was not intended. And the vision that we talked about and why we some of us asked for that particular provision was to make it very, very clear that the purpose, the reason that why we're doing this at this time is to give us the ability to introduce this commercial property transfer tax. And if there were other items and other things that we want to do in the future, that would require us to go back to the voters. So, but without this provision, what other types of things, as Mr. Ehrman asked, would the city be able to do without going back to the voters?
Interim City Attorney.
Mayor Medina and Councilmember Hamilton, I think I'm understanding your question that if it was just a normal, a more typical, simple charter, what could the city regulate without going back to the voters?
Correct.
And it would be the municipal affairs examples that I provided, which are public contracting or some aspects of elections, and it would be, the procedures for adopting, for issuing bonds, and prevailing wages, and yeah, so that's kind of an example. But municipal affairs is not, there's not a finite list. It can be many different things, and as the member of the public was mentioning, cities who have reserved their power to regulate municipal affairs can act very quickly and nimbly to regulate those affairs, and it might be something much more, and it's typically going to be something more procedural in how you implement different policies in the city. It's not going to be something significant like significant like public meetings and how you run those, because that's governed by the Brown Act, and your current charter already eliminates the ability to impose to not pay prevailing wages.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So I think to provide a more complete answer Mr. Ehrman, the reason that we added this provision wasn't to, bog things down or anything like that. It was because these municipal affairs are not clearly defined. They're generally defined. We wanted to make it very, very clear because this is, if we're successful in getting this on the ballot, it's going to be up to the voters to decide upon this. We wanted to make it very, very clear what specific powers we are asking the voters for, and it's one power. Well, two if you count the prevailing wage, but we have that anyway. But it's only one new power, and that is to pass this, and that is to implement this commercial property transfer tax. There was concern that I've heard from members of the public and some of my colleagues that this would be a quote unquote slippery slope in granting the council with, if we are able to do this now, a future council could potentially do some other things that we wouldn't want without having to go back to the voters. And we wanted to put this provision in there to make sure that that is not going to happen. Thank you.
Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medina. And if I could add a little bit more to that, to Councilman Hamilton's comment there is when we first started talking about the charter city, we were thinking of having it very, very simple and looking at the benefits of being able to tax commercial property. And we hit a little turbulence as we had in our first study session in like, well, future councils could do other things, and it's like, no. What other future councils try to do is up to them. What we're trying to do right now is to raise revenue for our city that impacts the least amount of residents. And we all know, and I think we all agree that our city doesn't have the revenues to provide the level of service that we all want. We heard from our police department, our chief of police, that we don't have the average number of police officers for a city of our size. If we are able to pass this with the voters, we will be able to increase the police department and other councils to decide what to do with the money in the future. But as of right now, that's something that I am interested in doing. And I'm sure other colleagues could have their say on it. But without those revenues, we can't do any more. It's absolutely clear that earlier tonight, the council passed the budget of the base budget. And there's much more that we need to do, just that we don't have the revenues. And this is one way, very, very specific, that we can increase the revenues. So I want to thank everyone for the work on this. I thank City Attorney Ortiz for putting together something really, really clear that limits what we're trying to do here. And I'm hoping that we have the support of our residents when it comes down to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Salazar.
I wanted to also chime in with the Vice Mayor's comments in thanking staff for the additional outreach, the schedule of additional meetings, and the putting up of the webpage. I did have one request, though, in that I felt that the webpage that was put up was a little lacking in content, and it really didn't contain much more than what was on the mailer that went out. And there is a lot more material that was made available through the presentations that we've seen so far, and perhaps some of that would be appropriate to post there as well, including I think there's a comparison that came from the League of Cities that could be helpful in helping residents understand the differences.
City Manager, please.
Sure. Absolutely, Councilmember Salazar. All of that information is there as links to prior staff reports toward the bottom of the page, but what we'll do is we'll take a look at it and see if there's a way to elevate and bring that to more, so that the website is a little bit more user-friendly and easier to find. We'll do.
Real quick for me, I know it's questions I have received is, why is it, if it's commercial, have it commercial. If it's 5 units, 6 units, that's considered housing. The definition seems contradictory. It just escaped me the other element that I wanted to say, and I apologize. But that was it. I just can't remember the other. I'm sorry. It just slipped out of the my mind. So I apologize. So I guess what it happens as we get over here. So with that, is there anything else from my colleagues? Councilmember Hamilton.
I just want to bring up one other point regarding some of the concerns that I've heard from residents that weren't brought up tonight, but I just want to make sure that anyone watching who may have similar concerns think about a few things. Being a charter city is not a bizarre and out there thing that would make us unique in California. There are many dozens of charter cities in California all across the state, including some of our neighbors. Closer to us, Petaluma, Mountain View, Palo Alto. But the example I want to highlight is the closest example to us, which would be San Mateo. So one of the concerns that I've heard from some residents would be that the implementation of such a tax would have a chilling effect on development and discourage people from investing in properties in San Bruno. And that is not proven to be true at all in any of these cities, and especially not in San Mateo. If anyone's visited San Mateo recently, they've been doing quite well in that area and developing whole new neighborhoods and all of that. And they have they are a charter city, and they have a commercial property transfer tax. So I wanted to bring that up as another point for folks who may have questions about the charter city and the commercial property transfer tax. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think thank you, Councilmember. What was on the mind was that what I've heard as well is, so you want to become a charter city so you can impose a tax, because you can't do it without in a general law state. As well as also a charter city gives that opportunity to change the way the voting is. For example, the way it is conducted today to maybe a ranked choicing or something else. Not that doesn't have to be voted on, but that gives that latitude to explore that option. That's it for me. So I appreciate staff. Thank you, colleagues, for your questions and thoughts. And if there is nothing else, we will conclude item 7, which was the study session, and we will move on to item 8, which is our public hearing for the evening. And I'm going to apologize in advance to Lapita.
Thank you. Item 8A, hold a public hearing and take the following actions to approve the Glenview Terrace Residential Subdivision Project. Adopt a resolution approving the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15074, and adopt a resolution amending the general planned land use designation for APN 019-042-170 from low density residential to medium density residential, and introduce, read by title only, and waive further reading of an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance to rezone APN 019-042-170 from low density residential R1 to planned development PD, and amend an existing PD district for APNs 019-042-150 and 019-042-160 to conform to the proposed project and approve a development plan pursuant to sections 12.96.020 and 12.96.190.k and Chapter 12.136 of the San Bruno Municipal Code, and adopt a resolution approving a vesting tentative tract map. Adopt a resolution approving a planned development permit and an architectural review permit to allow the construction of 29 single-family homes at the corner of San Bruno and Glenview Drive, pursuant to sections 12.96.190 and 12.108.010 of the San Bruno Municipal Code, and pursuant to Chapter 12.38 of the San Bruno Municipal Code, and adopt a resolution approving an affordable housing plan pursuant to Chapter 12.230 of the San Bruno Municipal Code, and adopt a resolution authorizing a new four-way stop at the intersection of San Bruno Avenue West and Glenview Drive, and introduce, read by title only, and waive further reading of an ordinance approving a development agreement pursuant to City Resolution 1986-77.
Thank you very, very much. It's greatly appreciated. With that, I would like to turn it over to City Hall, and I see Director Pamela Wu at the podium.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. I think we won the longest title for tonight. So with that, we'll start introducing the Glenview Terrace 29th lot subdivision development to City Council. My name is Pamela Wu, Community Economic Development Director. With me is Michael Smith, Senior Planner and also the Project Planner for this project. He will provide you a more detailed overview of the project following my presentation. See if I can move this thing along. Not mouse. Okay, so as Levita has mentioned, a mouthful of recommended actions for council to take actions tonight. We are asking council to consider the initial study and D to amend the general plan to introduce, read, and waive the first reading of an ordinance amendment for the PD zoning, and also to adopt a resolution approving the vesting tentative map, to approve a PD permit, an architectural review permit, approve a affordable housing plan, and also to review and approve a four-way stop at the intersection of San Bruno and Glenview Drive, and finally to introduce and read, basically approve the development agreement for the project. To provide you with a little background on the project, let's start with where they are. So this is an overview of the city. Everyone's familiar with where we are. The red circle represents the location of this project site. It's to the west side of the city, surrounded by San Bruno Avenue, Glenview, and also adjacent to Crestmore Canyon. The site, the address is 2880 and 2890 San Bruno Avenue. This formerly was a gas station with service building on top of it, and also 850 Glenview, where there is still currently a church building that's proposed to be demolished. The project site comprises about 3.28 acres in size and a total of 3 different lots. Back in 2006, council approved a project of 16 townhomes at only a portion of this 3.28 acre site, but the project was never completed and construction never took place. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to Michael Smith and walking through the details of this project. Go, Michael.
Good evening, Mayor Medina and council members. Michael Smith, Planning Department staff. Thank you, Pamela, for the introduction. So the project itself includes a demolition of the existing on-site structures. As Pamela said, it's a church and a parsonage. That's at 850 Glenview Drive. and there'll be redevelopment of the entire 3.28 acres project site into 29 residential lots, and in addition to 6 utility and open space lots. Streets within the development would be a minimum of 22 feet wide. Excuse me. Sorry, there we go. So you guys can stick with me there. Okay, so the 6 utility and open space lots would be utilized for access, utility easements, storm drain improvements, open space purposes, and would be owned and maintained by the homeowners association for this development. Proposed homes within the development would be 2 stories over the street, with 6 homes along the eastern edge of that site adjacent to Canyon, having walkout basements at the rear due to the slope. The homes range in size from about 1,727 square feet all the way up to 2,600 square feet of habitable space, with an average size of about 2,020 square feet. Homes would have 3 to 4 bedrooms each, and each home would have a 2-car garage of 420 square feet. Side setbacks would be a minimum of 4 feet. Front setbacks would be 15 feet measured through the front porches. And then proposed lot sizes range in size from 2,339 square feet to 4,133 square feet, with an average lot size of a little over 3,000 square feet. And FAR within the development ranges around 0.80. And then the driveways themselves are 20 feet in depth, 18 to 20 feet in depth, and would accommodate 2 additional cars off street. So the 3 existing lots that you see on the parcel map would be merged into one development site and then re-subdivided into the 29 single-family home sites and the public lots as well. This map that you have on the overhead shows you kind of what the development's going to look like. So in the corners in magenta, you see the 2 stormwater areas, stormwater capture areas. In the cayenne kind of color, you see the blue color is the amenity space. There's some park benches and some barbecue areas. And then to the east in this photo or in this image is the canyon. And so that's going to be open space that will remain open. And then that dark area you see right there is the defensible open space against the canyon. So the project, as you can see, also has a number of streets. Those are privately maintained streets. There'll be 19 guest parking spaces, and those are highlighted in yellow for you to see there. As far as how it would affect the street parking on Glenview Drive, so currently in the image to the left, there are 16 parking spaces on the street on Glenview, and then with the proposal, there would be 18, so that's an increase of 2 spaces. Parking would not be allowed on the subdivision streets themselves, so only within the guest parking areas. So here we have the different models that are being proposed. So they come in 3 basic styles: the Craftsman, the Colonial, and the Mediterranean styles. And there's 10 different floor plans in total, but within those 3 styles, there's 4 different exterior color palettes. And so for a total of 12 different overall designs. In addition to that, the homes, because they are against the canyon itself, Crestmore Canyon, they are required to be built up to WUI standards. That's the Wildland Urban Interface standards, and that's to protect against fire hardening. And then, as I said before, when we looked at the overhead of the site, there is a 30-foot defensible space behind the homes adjacent to the canyon, and that space would be required to be maintained by the HOA. The project is also subject to the city's affordable housing requirement. It's a 15% affordability requirement. Those homes would be located on site. And so that's a total of 4 homes, as you can see on the image. And they are distributed through the development by by size, and by type. And they would be affordable and deed restricted for 45 years. And there would be an agreement attached to the final map approval, and that would be the affordable housing agreement. So you would see that at a later date. In addition to the improvements actually on site, there's proposed to be improvements to the intersection of Glenview Drive and San Bruno Avenue West. There's new stop signs that are being proposed. Those stop signs would be LED lit, so they'd be high visibility. And then there would also be high visibility crosswalk striping, new crosswalk striping at that intersection. And new curb ramps as well. And a little bit about this. So the city did do a signal warrant to determine whether or not this intersection met the requirements for a new signalized intersection, because that is something that the community really wanted to see. And I'll go into that a little bit later. But through that analysis, it showed that there's not enough traffic on the two side streets to warrant the signal. But we did do a stop warrant as well. And so that's why we're moving forward with a stop warrant. And that'll help out the community quite a bit, in that it'll make it easier for traffic coming into San Bruno Avenue from Glenview Drive. It'll give them space and time to get out into the flow of traffic by stopping the traffic on San Bruno Avenue. And then also for people who aren't in vehicles, it'll facilitate them getting across the intersection as well. So an important piece of the project is the development agreement that's associated. It includes a payment to the city of $400,000. That would be done in two different payments. Each payment for $200,000 each. One due at first building permit issuance, and the second one due at building permit issuance for the 10th home. There's a 4-year term for this development agreement, and it also includes sales tax point of sale designation. And this is on top of the already required development impact fees, which are due at the first building permit issuance. And as you can see there, that is in the amount of $855,000 plus. So a little bit about the environmental review that we did for the project. So the project we did an initial study and a mitigated neg deck for the project that found impacts or potential impacts in the areas of air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, and noise. So therefore, the mitigation measures were developed to address these issues and reduce the impacts to less than significant. So we were able to do the mitigated negative declaration, and along with that, we have a mitigation monitoring and reporting program that is attached to the resolution for adoption of the environmental review document. And so you can see that as well. Yeah, so I think that covers that. And so now start to wrap up a little bit on the timeline for the project. So we released the mitigated neg deck last year, and it went through the proper public review process. And then for the intersection improvements, we went to TSPC last year as well. The Planning Commission reviewed the project just in May. And so now we're here at the first reading with council. Okay. Sorry, my bad. So the entitlements are valid for 4 years, a total of 4 years on this project, and construction is estimated to take 26 to 32 months. And these are the construction phasing. We have the mobilization, site demolition, rough grading, horizontal construction, vertical construction, and then the fine grading, which would be the landscaping. And then this also tells you, this is a preliminary of how the project would be staged on the site as well in this image. And so you can see on this image which I'll go into later in the public comments, that the vehicle traffic is coming in and out of, is being accessed from San Bruno Avenue West. For the public outreach for the project, the applicant hosted 3 neighborhood meetings. The most recent meeting was held virtually in May of 2021. That's right around the time when we were wrapping up with the environmental review. And meeting summaries are attached to the staff report. But a little bit about some of the comments that we received. As I said, the community really wanted to see a signalized intersection. And so in response, we actually did that analysis, which showed that the signalized intersection wasn't warranted. Other issues included privacy from the rear of the building because the development is so high relative to the adjacent surrounding areas. And in response to that, new trees were planted at the rear of the homes that are backing onto the canyon. Other issues included the overall density of the site, and one home was removed from earlier since that meeting. So it was originally 30 and now it is 29. And other issues had to do with the parking. And so the guest parking was increased on the site. And so now you have the 19 guest parking spaces that you see before you. Since that time, we've had the Planning Commission meeting. At the Planning Commission meeting, we had 4 speakers for this project. One speaker is the adjacent neighbor. He spoke in favor of the project and just reminded City to remember our RENA obligation. There were 3 speakers who spoke, and they spoke in opposition to the project. Reasons for opposition included construction. The neighborhood has been subject to a lot of reconstruction after the blast, and this would be additional construction put upon that neighborhood. So that was a concern that was raised at the Planning Commission meeting. Another question that was raised about the amenity space in the development and whether or not that would be open to the general public, and it would not. That the amenity space would only be for the residents of the subdivision. A comment was made about the landscape being wind resistant since it's so windy up there. And then what the project's impact would be on rush hour traffic at the intersection. And so this traffic study indicated a minimal increase in rush hour traffic. The new stop signs would control the flow of traffic, as I said before, and make it easier for vehicles to enter from Glenview Drive, and also make it easier for people to cross that intersection, which would be a big improvement. And then lastly, the last issue that was raised was the hauling route. And so as I said before in the earlier image, the hauling route will actually be we'll take it from San Bruno Avenue West into the site. And so there would be no construction vehicles going through the adjacent Crestmore neighborhood. But the actual hauling route will be further detailed as they move along in the process, but we know that it won't go through the residential neighborhood. So for this meeting, we mailed out notices to occupants and owners of homes within 600 feet and also to the entire Crestmore neighborhood. This expanded public notice was offered by staff early in the review process to make sure everyone was aware of the project moving forward. And I think I already covered the speakers and the summary of comments. So moving forward, we're going to be looking at, because there's a zoning ordinance amendment, there's 2 ordinances involved with the project, both for the rezoning for the PD and for the development agreement. It does require a second meeting. We're looking potentially at scheduling that in early July, the July council meeting. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions you have.
Okay, what we'll do, first, thank you for the presentation. What we'll do is, of course, open it to colleagues for questions on the presentation, then go to the public, and then bring it back. Before go to the rest of my colleagues, could it just be communicated as far as the parking? For example, the guest parking that is proposed versus what the guest parking requirement normally is in San Bruno, et cetera, of concern and fact.
So, Mr. Mayor, so there are a total of 19 on-site guest parking provided. Michael can go into the code requirement for such development. Please know that we have added also a conditions of approval to prohibit any overnight resident parking in those guest parking area. Michael, you want to elaborate on the parking requirement?
Sure. So the guest parking requirement for this project would be 3 guest parking spaces. And so they're providing 19, so they have exceeded that requirement.
Okay, and thank you. And then you talked about that. I thought that was important to say because I had heard in reading that that's significant beyond what is required for San Bruno. And as far as the individual homes, it's can you just make very clear about what they have the ability to, how many cars they have the ability to park?
Sure. So the code. Thank you. So the code requires 2 spaces per dwelling unit, 2 covered spaces, and each house would have a 2-car garage. It's 420 square feet that would accommodate 2 vehicles. And then in addition to that, each driveway is at least 18 to 20 feet in depth, and those can accommodate 2 additional cars off-street. So for a total of 4 for each property.
I appreciate it. Thank you for I knew some of that, but I wanted that to be articulated in case it came up. So, colleagues, questions on the presentation, please? Not seeing any at this time. Why don't we go ahead and move it to members of the public, please, who'd like to ask questions or comment on this project. Now would be your opportunity. If you could raise your hand so that you can be brought into the meeting, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Okay, first speaker is Antoinette McGill. Antoinette, I'm going to let you into the room. Antoinette, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I wanted to say good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I am a member of the public, and I wanted to express my wholehearted support for the Glenview Terrace project. In my opinion, it was well thought out, and the project will provide much needed affordable housing to the city of San Bruno. In my opinion, the proposed housing styles would definitely enhance the neighborhood and also provide the needed tax revenue to fund city services. I think any temporary inconveniences have been addressed by the city, and I strongly urge the City Council to take the necessary action to move forward with this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
I will now begin Sergio Giannoni. Sergio, whenever you're ready.
Yes, good evening. Hi, my name is Sergio. I've been involved with real estate, whether it's with renting as a renter, sales, financing, since I was 26 years old. I'm 42 years old now. And there is, never have I seen such a shortage of housing for people, and you can see this when you drive down the streets in the Bay Area with homeless encampments and just folks that are struggling to find housing. It's not just homeless, it's regular folks as well. I 100% support this project. It's definitely moving in the right direction of providing more homes for the Bay Area, as the previous speaker also stated. It is providing tax revenue in the form of property taxes for city services. I definitely agree with the style that they're trying to implement. It looks like it's implementing well with the surrounding community. I'm all for it. I hope that the council can see this project, and they can do more projects like this in the community because we definitely need it, and the more housing, the better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Wayne Ho. Wayne, whenever you're ready. Wayne, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you guys?
Hi. Whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm ready. So I am a resident of San Bruno. I live in Mills Park, and I am actually quite excited to see the Glenview Terrace project gets going because I don't think it impacts the traffic too much. As I drive my son over to the San Bruno Avenue to John Muir Elementary, and the traffic is pretty manageable. And I love the fact that they also adding a stop sign on that intersection between Glenview and San Bruno Avenue. That would definitely ease the traffic in that area. I know in United now that they added a Tesla stations, it's actually quite busy. So it could alleviate some of that. And I thought the general design of these homes are very modern and quite fitting on the single-family homes on either side of the San Bruno Avenue. So that being said, I'm in total support of this project, and I love that fact that the developers are actually putting more guest parking space than that was required. Yeah, love to see that in our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
There are no other hands raised. Oh, I just see a couple more just hopped up.
Okay, as you're bringing them in, this will be the last opportunity. So this is the last opportunity before we bring it back and close the public hearing. So if you wish to speak and have not thus far, now is the time. And please, if you could bring them in.
Next speaker is Mark Ederlin. Mark, can you hear us? Mark?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh,
yes, this is Mark.
Whenever you're ready, thank you.
Yes, thank you for letting me speak. I'd like to let you know that I'm 100% supportive of this project of Glenview Terrace. I live in South San Francisco, and I used to live in San Bruno. And to see a project like this go up is going to make the community look beautiful. And with the housing shortage that we have, I think that anything that can be added to the housing shortage, I think is a great idea. So anyways, I just wanted to let you know that I'm 100% supportive to this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is John Oy. Okay, John, if you're ready, can you hear us? John?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. I actually used to live on Kane Avenue in San Bruno, and I love the neighborhood, and I don't see too many new projects there. Most of them are older building, and to see this Glenwood would be very, very nice project to see in San Bruno. I'm fully support for this development.
Are you concluded, sir?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Are you concluded?
Yes, I concluded, and I look forward to see this project on, and maybe I'm thinking to move there too.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
I don't see any other hands raised. However, I see that there is a comment under Q&A. Would you like me to read that comment?
Since the mechanism is on and somebody has taken that time and they have not spoken, yes, please.
Okay, the comment is from Bruce Ehrman. Besides the impact on Glenview drivers, did a traffic study assess the impact of a four-way stop on the potential for backup on Skyline Drive north and south, turning to San Bruno Drive east? It already gets backed up significantly for northbound drivers turning right at rush hour. very narrow right turn lane, and potential for rear-end collisions. Perhaps we can commit to a second study after project completion. And that is the complete comment.
Thank you very much. All right, being no other speakers, if we could bring it back to council, please. And I'll just read the another one that came in. It says, I don't know how to sign up for speaking, but it's Mr. Patel, and is I am in support of this project. Okay, with that will conclude all public hearing. I'll bring it back to council and see if I can have action from council to close public hearing, please.
The mayor, I'll move to close the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Motion second in Hamilton. Marty Medina, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marty Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason? Aye. Mayor Rico Medina?
Aye. Okay, thank you. With the comments that I had heard, it was one that was specific to the four-way stop. I know council members can articulate it and bring it forward in their comments, and I know there's additional questions, statements. Councilmember Hamilton to start.
So I just got a couple of things. I appreciate the public comments. I appreciate the work done by the Planning Commission in approving this project unanimously, and I of course appreciate the hard work of staff to bring this before us. This is one of those projects where they really went the extra mile to dot all the I's and cross all the T's, and really be responsive to concerns from the neighbors and address those concerns in the project in concrete ways. Regarding the four-way stop, having the four-way stop there will be a huge improvement, especially for pedestrians. It's difficult as a driver to make a left turn from Glenview onto San Bruno Avenue in either direction currently, so that's going to improve that at all times of day. And it can be very difficult to cross on foot across San Bruno Avenue there at all times of day. So having those high visibility four-way stop there is going to be and high visibility crosswalks is going to be a huge improvement. I do have a similar concern that was noted in the public comment about potential queuing eastbound. It would really only be one time a day, which would be the evening rush hour of cars coming off of Highway 35. But and I did ask this question during our 2x2s on this project, and the traffic study did address that, and it came through that would not occur. And can staff confirm that once the project is in place or once that four-way stop is in place, we would obviously continue to monitor that intersection and make adjustments if needed, correct?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Hamilton. Absolutely, we will continue to monitor that intersection and can authorize a traffic count at that intersection after construction. We probably give it a little time and let drivers get used to the new configuration, and then the assessment.
Great, thank you for confirming that. Also, I just realized as I was heaping praise all around, I should also mention the TSPC who weighed in on this project and this intersection as well. So I am fully in support of this project, and am excited to welcome the neighbors into Crestmore. Thank you.
Are there comments or questions from colleagues? As looking for other hands, I do want to go back in time and Steph, if you know, back in 2006, Was there not some project that was brought forward for consideration for housing at that site?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we mentioned in the presentation that in 2006, a portion of the current site was entitled for 16 townhomes. However, for some odd reason, the construction never took place.
Okay, just that I know there's been thought of that, and I know I've been here a while, so I remember the gas station. Vice Mayor Mason. Vice Mayor Mason, you're on mute. If okay, we're going to go to Councilmember Medina, and then we'll go back to Vice Mayor Mason. You're on mute, Marty.
Of course I was. But thank you nonetheless. And I want to thank all staff and for being out there to get the community's input into having more parking than normal. The guest parking is a nice surprise. I did get a text earlier today, and I forwarded that text to the city clerk, and from a resident that lives on Glenview, and expressing his concerns about the traffic, but especially during construction. I heard that the traffic route is coming off of San Bruno Avenue. However, how do you really enforce that? Whether it's for workers or for delivery. So that's the question. I don't know the answer. And the interesting point that only a resident that's been around there for a while would be able to note would be that coyotes apparently kind of use that area that kind of, they get around the fences no problem, but to access Crestmore Canyon. And the concern was, if you build a neighborhood there, then has anyone thought of, like, where are those coyotes, how are those coyotes going to get to Crestmore Canyon other than probably through somebody's backyard or on San Bruno Avenue? Those are the comments primarily from the resident. My question for staff is, I want to have a little bit more of an understanding of, there's a $400,000 community benefit. There's development impact fees. Does the four-way intersection with stop signs, does that work get paid by the developer, or is that money coming out of the community benefit? Who's paying for the four-way stop sign improvement?
City Hall?
Sure, but Councilmember Medina, the developer will pay for the four-way stop. That is not a part of the community benefit payment or development impact fees.
Excellent. I have tried to get to make a left turn many times from Glenview onto San Bruno Avenue, and that stop sign definitely is needed. I believe in the 2x2 meeting that I had with staff about this project, how short, or what kind of vehicle traffic was needed to have an intersection, and how short in the numbers did the intersection prove to be?
Councilmember Medina, so I spoke with the traffic engineer after our meeting, and he looked at the numbers. It's not as simple to say how much it deviates from what would have been to meet it, but he said it wasn't close. So,
it wasn't close, okay.
Close.
So substantial, that you need a lot more traffic there for an intersection.
Yeah.
Excellent. It's going to be nice to see something there other than that vacant land that has that fencing around it. The church has been kind of abandoned for a number of years. I understand that there are some concerns in the neighborhood about the construction and how long it's going to take, but there really is little that, what could the city do really to move the project along and speed things up for the developer? I'm curious of what answer to give a resident. I wonder if staff can take a shot at that. To minimize the impact that the construction has been going on there for a while, and a while ago, and here it comes again, and just some assurances on how it's going to be handled.
Mr. Medina, if you don't mind, can Ms. Medina add on to your question?
You're the mayor.
We're all equal here.
Go ahead.
No. What it was is just on what you were saying is that, you know, I'm sensitive to the time that it took, and the construction and the roads and the dirt and the dust and all of those things. And I think that's what Councilmember Medina is alluding to, is there is still that sensitivity and there's still that concern. And I think, I know there's steps being taken, but what else has been, can be, and to expound on Mr. Medina's comment. Thank you. Yes, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Medina, Councilmember Mason, in response to your question. The City Council has entitlement and zoning authority. Unfortunately, what the City Council doesn't have the power to do is force the developers to build on a certain timetable. And so we saw that with the prior project that was approved in the early 2000s. Now, what you do have is the ability to put a time limit on the development agreement, and this development agreement does have a 4-year time frame. There will certainly be various phases of the project, and what residential home developers like to do is build projects that they know that they could sell at a rate that once the project is completed doesn't sit vacant for too long. And so we do expect that to be the case. Exactly any tools that the City Council may have to expedite that development, there really aren't many, to just candidly, to be honest. You have entitlement authority and the time limit you provide on your DA. And the developer will build subject to the market and financing.
And maybe just the other side of it was the dirt or the cleaning up after, or there'll be some person they can call like they do in other projects. Fair?
Absolutely. There will be a sign up with contact information for the developer as well as the city's building inspection division. So there will be resources for neighbors to call.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mason, then we'll go to, oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Medina, you're probably not concluded.
Yeah, just something pretty short. I guess there's a history of projects that kind of get entitled and then have been put up for sale, and that's a right that a developer has. Do we have any knowledge of how willing this developer is going to proceed to actually start building? Do we have any clue?
I'll respond to that, and I'll turn it over to Interim City Attorney David Snow. We do not have any information, but I would actually caution a discussion on that tonight. It's really not a germane factor in the entitlement actions that are before you, and so I would just be cautious about having those discussions here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I'm not sure I have much to add on that, other than I would point out there are certain assignment provisions in the development agreement that are intended to ensure that the city would be protected in the event of an assignment.
Understood. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, I just want to apologize again. My camera's not on because I'm in a very unstable Wi-Fi area. Can you hear me right now, Mayor?
Yes, we can. Perfect.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask whether, first of all, whether the streets, who will be responsible for the maintenance of the streets, including the crosswalks?
To the mayor, in response to Councilmember Vice Mayor's question, within the development, they will be private streets and private sidewalks maintained by the HOA.
Okay, great, thank you. Just thinking, staff, I know this has been long coming for this space. When we talk about thoughtful development, that includes the location, how it's used currently and its best use, who owns it, what partnerships or conversations are available that place San Bruno in the best position to remain a quality place to live. So here we have a private owner who wishes to develop the property and has worked with the city and residents for a couple years now to arrive where we are. I have received complaints about the eyesore of this site and asked when this project would move forward. Obviously the project was, there was another iteration at the time in the past, as Mayor Medina has touched on. But the designs presented are desirable. They'll add to the supply of housing, contribute to the city and property taxes and development impact fees, and even provide more parking than required, which I think most of the council is finding more and more rare. Being that the location is currently not utilized at all, the appeal of a pocket park and open space available to all residents of San Bruno is inviting as well. I look forward to seeing this development come to fruition and thank you for honest feedback, developers and city staff for acknowledging them and acting on them, and those who called in to voice their opinion. I will be supporting this item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want for clarification that the pocket park on that development is not for public use. It is for the use of the development only. I just don't want misunderstanding. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor. It will be a pocket park developed and maintained by the HOA.
But is it for everybody in the public or just those within the HOA?
For use by HOA members.
Only. Okay. Just, it was articulated otherwise. I want to make sure we don't give the wrong expectation. Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you. I just wanted also to acknowledge the concerns that we heard from the community, and there are members of that community that are still feeling the impacts of the gas line explosion and the years of construction that followed. And I don't want to minimize their concern, and so I just wanted to acknowledge that that their message was heard. This is a project that has a lot of benefits, both to that community and to the city as a whole. And looking at those benefits, it would be difficult to turn down a project like this. I know that being near construction is not a lot of fun. I'm less than a block away right now from a major construction project, and I can attest that it's not the best situation to be in, but there is that that hope that when this project is done, we'll have something of great value that will definitely benefit the city. And so I just wanted to offer that just so that the public knows that we're not looking past those concerns, but we do have to weigh both the concerns and benefits. And overall, this project is a good project, and we've heard reassurances both here in this meeting and in other briefings that we've had that make me confident that this developer is going to do the best to minimize the impact and to make this project not only compatible, but that the process will be as smooth as possible and won't necessarily drag on longer than it needs to. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, Councilmember Salazar is correct. I've heard the same concerns about enough. That neighborhood and those that remained or rebuilt, it was a lot to deal with for a long time. And so it is also important to me that be heard and understood, and I believe it is, but that we will be there as well through this process. With that, there are many items as far as to take care of. You heard Lapita read them all. I've got good news and bad news on this. Oh, I'm sorry, City Hall.
Mr. Mayor, just one correction. So in your packet, attachment 7, the Affordable Housing Plan, Exhibit 2, the housing plan inadvertently show a total of 5 units. We want to make you aware there's only a total of 4 affordable units. So we'll be updating our affordable housing plan with the accurate plan unit count. And also, just so you know, when you are taking a motion on the floor, one of the council members would have to make that correction into motion. And also a reminder that you could take all of the recommended actions in.
Yes. Okay. That's where, thank you for the correction, though. I didn't know that part, so I appreciate that. That's where my good news, bad news was coming in, and the director started to allude to it. We can take one motion, but to take the one motion with the added correction, as the director indicated, everything needs to be read in its entirety, as Lita did. And unless I'm incorrect on what I just said, interim city attorney, you can wave at me, or if I'm okay with what I just stated. You don't need to say anything if I'm okay.
I think you could just, I think, Mr. Mayor, I think you could just specify that when the motion is being taken, that it's the resolution only, that the resolution would be modified as indicated by Director Wu.
Correct, but what I'm stating is all the verbiage that Lapita had read needs to be read into the motion. Is that correct?
I don't think it needs to be repeated.
Okay. All right. I stand corrected from what I had read earlier. Okay, with that correction that Director Wu, which was the 4 units, affordable, not 5, which needs to be read in. Councilmember Hamilton.
I'd like to make a motion adopting the resolutions specified earlier with the amendment that was specified by Director Wu to the housing plan.
Second.
Motion seconded. Hold on, please. Motion seconded. Hamilton, Medina. On the question, I'm going to turn it to staff. Oh.
If you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, I just want to correct the motion. There's also 2 ordinances that were included, so it would be all of those actions that were read by the by Lapita.
And that's why I was saying to include. So there are 2 ordinances on the document. One is to introduce, read the title only, and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance to rezone APN 019-042-170. And there's also another one that's introduced the read by title only and waive the first waive further reading of the ordinance approving a development agreement pursuant to City Resolution 1986-77. And hopefully we've included enough verbiage.
Yeah,
No, we're going to keep Attorney Snow.
Oh no, I don't think I have anything more to add. I think Councilmember Hamilton is going to make it clear that it's adopt the resolutions, introduce the 2 ordinances, but as with title as read. And I think that's where he was going. So I'll let him continue.
Okay.
I would like to amend my motion to further include that we are to introduce the 2 ordinances as listed.
As listed, and I did read. And will the seconder concur to that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so we have a motion and seconded. Hamilton, Medina, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marty Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason?
Aye.
Mayor Rigo Medina?
Aye.
Yes, my voice did not change. It is me. That is a 5-0 approval. And with that, we will go on to item B, please.
Item 8B, adopt resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a power purchase agreement with Peninsula Clean Energy to deploy a solar photovoltaic system on the San Bruno Recreation and Aquatic Center should the city manager determine adequate cost efficiency or other community benefits associated with the agreement.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of Council. My name is Matt Lee. I'm the Public Works Director. I'm here tonight with David Freibush and Rafael Reyes from Peninsula Clean Energy to discuss the energy service contract to install solar panels at the Recreation and Aquatic Center. This is our public hearing. You may have seen some of this before, and so I'm going to go by as quickly as possible. But I wanted to start first with the background on the solar panels at the RAC. They're initially designed to include solar at the facility, but they had to be valued engineered out due to the cost. But the facility was to be built to be solar ready. The estimated cost for the solar panels was in the ballpark of about $1.2 to $1.3 million. Since then, the Recreation and Aquatic Center entered into construction. Staff has been diligently trying to identify ways to install a solar panel facility at the RAC without any initial capital investment. Next slide, please. Staff was able to identify a few vendors and organizations. The one that staff has looked to partner with is Peninsula Clean Energy. Peninsula Clean Energy Authority is a community choice energy aggregator and San Mateo County's official electricity provider. Formed in 2016, Peninsula Clean Energy is a joint powers authority consisting of the County of San Mateo and all 20 of its towns and cities, as well as the city of Los Banos and Merced County. Peninsula Clean Energy provides cleaner, greener electricity at lower rates than the incumbent investor-owned utility, which is PG&E. Peninsula Clean Energy plans for and secures commitments from a diverse portfolio of energy-generating resources to reliably serve the electric energy requirements of its customers over the near, mid, and long-term plan horizons. Peninsula Clean Energy's programs include advancing the adoption of electric vehicles and transitioning to building fossil fuel uses to lower carbon emissions. Next slide, please. And so the Peninsula Clean Energy has a government solar program, which is an aggregate procurement of solar systems for public facilities. The portfolio includes 14 sites over 12 public agencies, which include cities and San Mateo County, included in that have council resolutions or authorizing their city manager or county manager to execute a power purchase agreement if they follow the evaluation of the RFP responses and proposed pricing. Peninsula Clean Energy can offer a PPA that provides financial and community benefits. The RFP for the government solar program and solicitation of vendors was posted on June 20th, 2022. Next slide, please. To date, the government solar program has these participants. All of them have been approved by City Council to enter into agreements. Next slide, please. Specifics about the power purchase agreement itself. The power purchase agreement is adapted from the solar energy industry standard for commercial and industrial power purchase agreement contracts. However, the city will still have special counsel specializing in PPAs to review the contract itself. The contract will be a 20-year term, and it will include maintenance and operations as part of that 20-year term, and there will be a minimum solar production guarantee in terms of the rates of energy production that will be provided to the city, and there will be a specified rate for energy generated by the solar panel system. The end-of-term options of the agreement itself, there are a couple. The first one would be for the city to determine to purchase the equipment at a fair market value as required by tax laws, or to request Peninsula Clean Energy to remove the system, or to explore other contract options such as an extension to the PPA. Next slide. This slide you've seen at previous meetings. In terms of the assumptions that we provided with the electricity savings and this solar power generated electricity, the city will save over the lifetime or over the 20-year terms of the contract approximately $1.4 million in electricity savings in addition to the initial capital investment. The current timeline for this project would be in August. There would be a RP solicitation and proposal evaluation, and the cities would review the power purchase agreement. And in September, there would be an execution of the power purchase agreement with the city attorney's sign off and city manager's signature. In November of 2022, Peninsula Clean Energy will execute a contract with the equipment providers as part of that RFP. Once they've solicited all the cities that decide to enter into the agreement. And then in January 2023 is when there will be a coordination to install solar panels at the Recreation and Aquatic Center. Slide, please. And so the recommended action for tonight is for the council to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a power purchase agreement with Peninsula Clean Energy to deploy a solar voltaic system should the manager determine adequate cost efficiency or other community benefits associated with the agreement. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Questions from colleagues? And then we'll open it to the public. Seeing no questions at this time on the presentation, are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this item?
No hands are currently raised.
Thank you very much. We will bring it back to the council for comments and discussion or action. Councilor Medina.
Yes, Mayor Medina, this is fantastic. As most of the council know, or all the council know, I'm on the board of directors as the city's representative on Peninsula Clean Energy. This organization has been doing tremendous work, and I really want to thank our city manager, Grogan, and PCE staff for this work. It took a while to get here, and I'm thrilled that we're going to have a new building with solar on it. So just wanted to thank everybody for their work. Thank you.
Any other comments? Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on an earlier comment, and the city manager and I spoke of this. I just want to put it on the public record that the contract be reviewed by an attorney that specializes in these areas. And if we could just get that commitment, prior to obviously signing anything, that'd be great.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Hamilton.
I just want to echo Councilmember Medina's comments. This is a great project. It's pretty much a no-brainer because we read it's important to put solar on this building, and this is a successful program from a trusted partner in the community in Peninsula Clean Energy. So I'm very much in support, and thank you, Director Lee, for the presentation, and thank you to everyone involved for bringing this project to us.
I'm not seeing any hands up, but I do want to go back to the question the Vice Mayor asked, because I don't know that that's determined to be done, if that's something that, anyway. Interim Attorney?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medina and Vice Mayor Mason. We will find a attorney who specializes in PPAs and have them review the terms prior to the city entering into the agreement.
Okay, thank you very much. Vice Mayor Mason.
Great, thank you, and we look forward to having solar. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Councilmember Medina, any person want to introduce the resolution?
Go for it, Marty.
Sure. I'm pleased to make a motion to adopt the resolution. And Mr. Mayor, do we have to read the whole thing?
Hey, for what Lapita read, this is nothing. I'm sure you can simplify it, but
sure, I can read. I just want to make sure I save time, and if I need to read it, I'll read the whole thing. To adopt the resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a power purchase agreement with Peninsula Clean Energy to deploy a solar photovoltaic system on the San Bruno Recreation and Aquatic Center should the city manager determine adequate cost efficiency or other community benefits associated with the agreement.
I will second that.
Motion seconded. Marty Medina, Hamilton, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marty Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason?
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Aye. Passes 5-0. Again, thank you to everyone. Now we'll move on to item number 9, comments from council members. There's just one item that I have on the under this category, just in regards to Measure K funds being awarded of $227,564 to Life moves for a 1-year funding for a 2 full-time homeless outreach team, aka HOT team, case managers. That was done at a Board of Supervisors meeting, which I was there virtually to speak and to encourage the board to once again support that. I want to thank Supervisor Pine for bringing this forward. He's done this since 2020, and so that is very much appreciated. As we are dealing with that, what it does is about 3/4 of the time is for San Bruno, and then it's about 75%, I'll say, and then 25% for the city of South San Francisco, and that's hopefully to work collaboratively and in trying to reach out as they do and try to provide services for those. I certainly want to acknowledge and thank the supervisor for once again doing that. We began a few years ago and asked for his assistance on this. And I'm thinking the colleagues are okay with the city sending a thank you letter to the supervisor for that continued support. And I think I'll see if my other colleagues have any other comments they'd like to make. Please.
I got a couple things, Mr. Mayor.
You go ahead, Mr. Medina.
First of all, wishing everybody a great 4th. Be safe. There's a baseball tournament, the Dale Wilson baseball tournament down at City Park. It should be a lot of fun. There's at least three San Bruno baseball teams that I'm aware of. And this year's baseball program in San Bruno had 570 ball players, which is much higher than the average of 400 that they've had. So baseball is big and back and better than ever. So a couple more B's in there. Best wishes. And on a little bit more somber note, just wanted to let everyone know I received my second booster, COVID booster today. It was much easier than getting my first booster. I did, which was in December. I did get COVID in January. It was very mild compared to what I heard from other people's experiences. Of the 40 plus family members, my nieces and nephews and great nieces and nephews, nearly everyone has contacted COVID and overcame it. The overwhelming majority of them were vaccinated, and fortunately, the symptoms were rather mild. So, just wanted to encourage everyone, if you can get the booster, I strongly encourage you to go get it. It's much easier, and I believe in it. So, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I attended about 2 weeks ago an event put on by Kaiser. It was an informational event regarding the fentanyl and opioid crisis happening in our country. It was very, very, very informative, very scary, very daunting. But what was nice is that in sharing that we have a pilot program coming out of San Bruno, the head speaker did request to meet with those in San Bruno who are involved. And I have informed the city manager of this request. and just really something that I think we should all be paying attention to within our city, within our county, and what efforts are being taken to try to mitigate the problems. And one of them is definitely and clearly education at a young age. So I just wanted to share that and thank Kaiser for hosting this event and getting specialists to speak with all of us on what's really happening and sharing the data. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Councilmember Hamilton. Mute.
Sorry about that. Yes, I just wanted to acknowledge some recent sad news. We actually learned of this news immediately after the end of our last council meeting, so this is almost exactly 2 weeks old. But still very important to share to those who may not know that local artist Ruth Waters passed away a couple of weeks ago, and her contributions to the arts and to our community cannot be measured. Our condolences go out to her family, her many students, and her colleagues. And there is a art exhibit that has been set up in her honor at the AZ Gallery in Tanfran. That's near JCPenney on the upper level, where you can go and see some of her work, see work from many of the local artists that she inspired, and to learn about Ruth's impact on our county and beyond. So I encourage everyone to visit that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And as far as last Friday, which I thought was interesting, is I went to East Palo Alto to the Boys and Girls Club, which we had our Council of Cities, which I represented the city of San Bruno. And it's very interesting to see what they have done and how they've grown with mid and then expanding and now coming to the north, and how they are expanding and growing at such a pace, but there obviously is a need. But it's always good to be with colleagues and to go to the different cities and learn. And the CEO, the co-CEO now, is a person that has done this for 20 years and is just an inspiration. And I can just tell why things are working and things are growing, and it's thanks to the gentleman named Peter. So with that said, colleagues, keep in mind that we are going back into closed session for labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Our city manager has sent a link similar to the other one. And so with that said, we will go ahead and adjourn this meeting to the next regular city council meeting, which will be held on July 12, 2022 at 7 p.m. And I wish everybody a happy, healthy, safe holiday over the 4th. And please take care of each other. Meeting adjourned.